at Tormore Reserve, the best two sides of the division all season. I'm Ryan Long, host of the pre-game show with Matt Fodia, Wayne Brash and Scott Hardy. Before we get into introductions, we've been luckily joined here by Brett Lavers, the Mooroolbark coach, the senior footy club coach. Brett, fantastic to be here. Congratulations on making it. And how's the week been in the build-up to today's game?
No, thank you very much. It is an exciting week, that's for sure. I think our boys, they feel really privileged to have been given the opportunity to play here today, albeit we took the hard road. But now that we're here, the week's been pretty fluent. Tuesday, Thursday as normal. We've stuck to our routine, and we feel like we're ready to go.
Talk about that hard road, because obviously East Ringwood have a much different way to the grand final. They've only played the one game in the 3 weeks, whereas you really had to work hard after the loss to Mitcham to beat Montrose, and then again come here and knock off the Tigers before making it. Do you think that sort of almost helped that you've been constantly almost in a elimination final sort of status, having to keep winning to keep progressing?
I feel from our point of view as a group that the continuity will work in our favour, and that's what we're selling as a coaching group. We feel like we played really good footy up until when we did get our break after the Queen's birthday weekend. Then kind of fell off the perch a little bit. We feel like now we've got back into our groove, and we're hoping the fact that East Ringwood, have had that break, albeit it might help you freshen up, might be a bit tardy early, and we're hoping that we can get the jump and give ourselves every opportunity today.
Brett, one of the things I noticed from the game last week, as I was here watching it, the first half, Mitcham really served it up to you. But however, it never looked like in the way Mooroolbark were playing that the game was ever going to get away from you. Mitcham, they threatened to score, but your guys just showed enough composure. Do you think that first half really did set it up for the second half?
Yeah, I think the first half, especially early, I felt we dominated possession, Brash, but kicking 0-7 probably doesn't help you when you go in at quarter time. But I felt like when they did score, it was on the back of our turnovers or our mistakes. And I felt if we could tidy a couple of those things up, we were going to give ourselves every opportunity. And to the boys' credit, in the third quarter, we tidied up in a few areas we were deficient, and we're able to put scoreboard pressure on.
I thought in that third quarter it was a bit like watching Mooroolbark of old. One bloke that set you alight last week was Bailey DeMont. Some of his telling grabs in the forward 50 in the way, and he kicked a goal, but his presence around the ground really lifted the side, and I thought it brought blokes like Austin Smith and Mullet and Jordan back into the contest in the second half.
Definitely agree. I feel like up high heart forward there, we've probably lacked that presence of recent weeks, and we've kind of juggled between Archer Dibsdale and Bailey DeMont. And I think, credit to Bailey, he got it right. That was his best game of footy for the footy club last weekend in the preliminary final. And if he can bring that this week, we'll definitely be a better side for sure.
And Brett, going from one to the other, this final series, like we're saying, it's been a bit of a tougher road for you guys, and probably you've had your back up against the wall in some of those games. What have you sort of found, though, most pleasing from the group, in bouncing back and finding those victories towards the grand final?
I feel as a group, obviously frustrating when you get beaten, and we got beat against Wantirna South leading into that final, then that first final. But we felt like in the face of adversity, we've really responded well. And I don't mean to undersell the performance of Mitcham or any of those sides, but we ended up with 3 on the bench in that last round of the year. We lost 3 in that first final. So we really struggled with rotations and being able to, handle what come our way. We've had to rejiggle probably our back 6. 4 of the starting back 6 from the start of the year are not playing. And that's unfortunate for us, but we deal with what we've got, and we're looking forward rather than, looking at the negatives. And the boys that take the field today will be fit and ready to go.
And you're saying throughout the year you've sort of spoken about the buy-in and who's turning up to training, and obviously COVID and flu and stuff like that. But obviously it's sort of, you surely have the buy-in now to, getting to a grand final. I presume the boys are up and about, and you found that sort of through the community as well.
Yeah, definitely. Buy-in has gone through the roof, and I'm pretty sure it'll be the same for most footy clubs. Everyone wants that opportunity to, play in that elusive flag, and our footy club's been starved of success in regards to that. And, we would love to bring success back to our community and to our footy club if that's what it holds today for us.
Brett, you spoke about focusing on the positives, not the negatives, and you've played East Ringwood twice this year. Both times the games have sort of followed similar patterns where up until three-quarter time it's anyone's game, and then one team runs over the top of the other. What are the positives you've taken out of both those games? And obviously you didn't run through the negatives with the boys, but I'm sure you've had them listed away somewhere. What are the things that you really need to work on today if you're going to be successful?
Yeah, well, the positives are that I feel that East Ringwood have been the benchmark along with ourselves throughout the year. We feel we match up quite well against them, and that, we bring albeit a different brand of footy. We feel it's an exciting brand of footy for the spectator and everyone to watch that. But, the things we probably need to work on, albeit we got over them that first time. The second time, I felt our discipline let us down. I know I did listen to your commentary. The second quarter probably didn't go to plan on a few fronts, but hey, like we said, we focus on the positives.
Exactly.
My boys reacted poorly to some of those decisions, and that's on us. That was our fault, and at halftime we addressed that situation. So we would like to think we'd be better in that instance today if that was to occur. And, give ourselves every opportunity. You don't want to be the side who lets yourselves down and your other 21 teammates.
Yeah, and I guess from a lot of outsiders' point of view, it's a lot easier to look at the East Ringwood side of things with their storied history. You spoke about the fact your club hasn't had as much success in recent times. Kane Noonan's the captain, and I believe there was a piece of media out during the week that he was actually the team mascot when they last won a premiership in 2009 with the president, Scott Demetriou. But in terms of Kane, he's a great, loyal Mooroolbark person, isn't he? Because there would have been times where he could easily have gone to bigger and better things, when he was playing VFL football or so on, and Mooroolbark were down the bottom of this division.
That's definitely true, mate. Yeah. In my first year, Kane won the best and fairest, and then his ambition was to go and play VFL footy.
Yep.
I helped, drive that, and we, with the assistance of, some other coaches, we got him down to Coburg. He flourished down there and really enjoyed his time. And post that, I think if you're seen to be doing the right thing by those players and individuals, they'll look to give back to you. And that's probably that buy-in we talk about. They feel like we actually genuinely care as a coaching group about them.
Yep.
He was keen to come back and play where, his family before him had played. We haven't rolled out that mascot photo.
No.
But I'm sure it'll get a right.
But his performances over the last 2 years have been, if you've played, I don't know how many games was last year, 10 or 11, and then there's 20 this year, so there's 31 games. I reckon he's been in the best 23, 24 times. His consistency has been incredible.
His consistency has been really good. He's been a fantastic leader. He's grown and evolved in that since getting that opportunity at VFL level. The boys will look up to him. I feel like, he's starting to come into his prime, and he's going to have some very good years of footy ahead of him. And hopefully today it's his opportunity to stand on the dice in a different way. But, hopefully so. But, he's been fantastic, Kane.
Brett, I did have a talk to Aaron Mullett after the game last week, and I asked him about the mental side of it after the East Ringwood game. And I said to him there was a lot of expectation on Mooroolbark on wanting to win that particular game, and he sort of felt that subsequently that 2 or 3 week period afterwards, he just sort of felt there was a little bit of a mental letdown in some ways, and that sort of reflected some of the starts and some of the inconsistent performances. But he also said that he thinks in his own mind that playing these 3 finals actually has been a blessing in disguise, because he feels that the boys have got some continuity and they've been able to rebuild that confidence. Would you agree with that?
100%, Brash. We were a little shell-shocked in regards to, getting beaten for the first time in quite a long while, being last year as well. We'd won, I think, 4 leading into this season, and it did take a toll on the boys, and then that break. Probably come at a bad time after Montrose, but since playing those 3 finals has definitely helped build the belief again. I feel like touched on earlier, our brand of footy last week was a lot more like what we played earlier in the season, and what we're hoping to bring today to the match.
Brett, we really thank you for giving up your time. It's such a busy day for you and the club, and we're really thrilled to see how you go today. So all the best for Mooroolbark and the day ahead.
No, pleasure. Thank you for having us, gents.
There we go. That's the Mooroolbark coach, Brett Lavers, who has done a fantastic job with this side. And Brash, they've been absolutely one of the best 2 sides. And all, no disrespect to Mitcham, but it certainly has been East Ringwood and Mooroolbark as the leaders. I mean, we said it, I think probably, that round 15, 16, we said it's those 2. And then there's, quite a gap between the rest of the sides. And Mitcham had a really good finals performance, but we do have the 2 best sides here today.
I think we have been very lucky so far in the final series, because in essence probably I think this weekend is not saying the Premier Division isn't important, but this weekend is the 2 grand finals that we as a media team wanted to have for such a long time, from probably midway through the season, and now that it's come to fruition. It's a great advertisement for the EFNL again this weekend, to have the 4 best sides in the top 3 divisions playing off in the grand final, and probably within 2 or 3 goals of each other.
Yeah, and Scotty, like we probably maybe were a bit harsh on Mooroolbark in the last few weeks after we saw them slip up. Or we didn't see, but they slipped up against Montana South, and then the Mitcham final where Mitcham sort of just ran away with in the last quarter. But as he said, they've had some injuries and a bit of a tough patch to work through. But they're absolutely at full strength. They're a really fast-paced side. They're attacking. We can go back to that game we went to early in the season, and it was a high-scoring shootout almost.
No, for sure, and that's the thing. It's anything can sort of happen, obviously on grand final day, and it's up to the sides to have that sort of clean possession and take the opportunities when they can, and it's within it's within reach for both sides.
It's sorry to jump. That game was high scoring, but it was a very clearance-based game in terms of your source of scores, wasn't it? Because of how small East Ringwood Reserve is. So for those listening at home, I'm actually outside the van, so Brian's having to stretch around. I'll leave my head in. I'm trying to think of a famous sitcom where this a bit like Kramer. That game was it was very clearance based. That's where you got your scores from, and that played straight to East Ringwood's strength. I don't know if you guys agree. And we've got some team news that Mitch Farmer's out. So with Mitch Farmer out, that hurts a little bit the inside game of East Ringwood. But this ground, Brash, you watched the game here last week. You don't necessarily get all your scores from clearances. It's too big. Even if you win the centre clearance, you're still 2 kicks from home. So it might play a little bit more into Mooroolbark's hands that they might need to run the ball more rather than just rely purely on clearance dominance.
Yeah, on these big grounds, as you know, Matt, we've watched it, at Jubilee Park and grounds like of that ilk. Sometimes the centre half forward basically is out of play in a lot of instances, and you almost feel like that you've got to play your centre half forward as much.
3 keys. You need a full forward, a traditional full forward, a traditional centre forward, and then a second centre half forward to play
in between,
really high up the ground. Yeah.
Do we look at guys like Jai Jordan and Trent Farmer on both sides of the ground as blokes who can really use that space up forward?
Yeah, I think they can if the ball gets down there. But I agree with what Brash is saying. If you're stuck in your defensive 50 at this ground, you almost need 2 centre half forwards. You need the first one to lead up to about the half-back flank, and then if he takes that mark, you need the second one to lead up to the half-forward, to the wing, and then you can go inside 450. So that might be an area where East Ringwood with Hickleton, Farmer, Lowson, with a lot more marking targets, they can get away with it. You might find that Lowson or someone like that is actually the deepest forward at times because they'll want Farmer and Hickleton to get up the ground and take big marks. But that'll be interesting.
In essence, Matt, you're right, because it takes, from goal to goal, it takes 4 to 5 really good kicks to kick a goal.
And in the game we watched last week at Jubilee, the Division 3 game, I was on the boundary line for those last 5 or so minutes. And whilst Nonvale got the ball inside their forward 50, you always felt Waverley Blues could go end-to-end and score. Yeah. And in fact, I think the winning point came from an end-to-end play. Whenever it was in the Waverley Blues forward 50, you were sitting there going, I don't know how Donvale are going to get it up the other end. And occasionally they would, but it was through someone taking a pack mark, whereas you looked at the way Waverley were able to run it out and get it down there. It was more sustainable. And I don't know which side, because I don't know how often these two teams actually have the ball in their defensive 50 throughout the year, Brash, how often they've actually had to run it out. But I think that'll be the key. Who can actually score from their defensive 50 this today?
Well, look, guys, when I look at basically all the KPIs that I've got here, Matt, and there really isn't that much between the two sides. I mean, the thing is with both these sides is there is a lot of strengths and weaknesses for both. There's going to be some quintessential clashes this afternoon. Austin Smith in the midfield. You got James Bearlow. Then we got Trent Farmer down one end and Kay Noonan and Jai Jordan. There's a lot of permutations to this game this afternoon.
There's a lot of individual battles, and that'll probably be where the blue ribbon medal goes. I doubt we're going to see someone have 30 and kick 5. I think we're going to see someone win a key battle, and whether that is Hannon Mundy and Riley Monkhurst, whether that is Jai Jordan kicking 4, or whether it's a Shane Kennedy stopping a Trent Farmer.
And Scotty, that was a fascinating battle last time these two sides played in the middle in the ruck there, Mundy and Monkhurst, and we've seen what Monkhurst can do at times during the season. He can really get a hold of his opponents and really stamp his impact on a game. But Mundy did a fantastic job, and I think he may have even won an award that day. He was just really strong in the middle, and it's going to be a key matchup in the middle to see if Monkhurst, because I think if Monkhurst can play a good game, Brash, I think that's where they can probably make a real run at this.
All right.
Sorry,
Scotty. I'll just throw a question into Ryan about that. Do you think do you think Mundy's got the has got the engine to run to run Monkhorst about, because that's one of his great strengths, Mundy, is the fact that he can run, and he's also very quick across the ground, and he could expose McKernan in certain areas of the ground.
Yeah, I think so. And then obviously, as we said, you remove Mitch Farmer from the midfield as well. That's one less option there for East Ringwood. So look, he'll have his work cut out for him, but that's what he did that last time they played each other. He really worked hard, and Monkhorst just didn't really get near it, I don't think, from memory.
I think Monkhorst is carrying something, though. I think he looks to me like he's running around with a little bit of a niggle. So
is that a trend for Mooroolbark? There's a few that are badly beaten up, or
I don't know about badly beaten up, but like you talk about, Mundy towed him up in that game, didn't he? Like, let's be honest. But Mundy's key thing there, and it was like I said, the story of that game was centre clearances really in the end. But Mundy was winning the centre clearance himself. He was almost. We can talk about how good Bilo and so were, but there was a period of time where he just did it himself. So that'll be interesting to see whether Monkhorst, especially around the ground, can somehow negate that, because on paper that should actually be Monkhorst's strength, given the fact that he's probably 20 kilos heavier than Mundy.
Exactly right.
But you're right.
It gives them, sort of first possession at it though, and that's the battle.
The teams can't set up behind the ball. If the ruckman's just slapping on his boot, we saw that in the AFL last night. Every time Brisbane actually didn't do it how they planned it, it worked out. So it might be the same today with two teams that are, especially East Ringwood, that are well set up behind the ball. Monkhorst, that might be a move that Mooroolbark need him to go to, and whether he can do that against Mundy is going to be an interesting one to play out, because, like I said last time, Mundy towed him up and he looks to be a little bit fresher, a little bit fitter.
And Scotty, I think this is maybe it's a relevant topic, but I really am fascinated with their run homes coming into this grand final. They're completely different. East Ringwood have barely played. They played the one game in the last 3 weeks or something like that, and then before that, I think they may have even had up a gully in one of those last rounds.
They did.
So compared to Mooroolbark, where they've constantly been scrapping out, they've had some injuries, but they've kept playing each week. That loss to Mitcham, they had to back it up to the 2 weeks in a row. Do you think that's it works either way for them or against them coming into today, or is this sort of just a non-topic and it happens today, whatever happens?
It's sort of both, and obviously when we were talking about, and I said, they've had their backs up against the wall, but they've found a way to get themselves into a grand final. So it probably hasn't been the best setup to get here. You would like it to be a little bit more easier, probably like East Ringwood, but still they're playing enough to get here, and on the day anyone's good enough for the contest. Right.
Tradition says, right, that it's always been a time and tried formula. You finish on top, you win the second semi, you're into the grand final, and 7 out of 10 times you win the grand final. But that trend in recent years, I think, has changed a little bit, because
I think it depends on the quality of the rest of the teams, isn't it?
Exactly.
Like if we think back to Donny East, when they went back-to-back, they were clearly a step above. So they smacked Lurdale, I think was that 2018, Brash?
Yeah.
Lurdale, and I think Lurdale came from third to get in. So that's the thing. There was sort of like Donny East and a grouping. And then it was the next year was a similar thing, Donny East and a grouping. Whereas this year, it's East Ringwood, Mooroolbark, and then a grouping. Yes, Mooroolbark have fallen off the bandwagon of late, but at their best, those two teams were well above. So that's why this one, I've got a little bit more faith in maybe Mooroolbark upsetting them.
And that's why kudos to Mooroolbark, because like you said, they got towed up in that round 14 clash, and they lost their mojo for a while. But the good sides, right? They find a way. They find a way to get back, and the quality, and once again, it comes down to the quality of the player and the leadership around the football club. And obviously, Mooroolbark were able to regroup, and they're here.
And Brett Lavers has just done a fantastic job with this side, Brash, and the way they've fought through this is really impressive. And I think this is going to be a real tight contest, and I do think the loss of Mitch Farmer is going to play somewhat of an impact. But and we're going to touch on East Ringwood a bit later. We may have Ben Osborne. I don't want to say yes or confirm that or not, but we may have him a bit later. So we will touch on them a bit later. But you look at their lineup, you look at every line. There's 1 or 2 stars on each line that are going to play a really important role. But we are going to take our first break here on the Eastland's Match of the Day. You're listening to the pre-game of the Division 1 EFNL Grand Final.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Yes, Eastland's match of the day, the Division 1 EFNL Grand Final between East Ringwood and Mooroolbark out here at beautiful Tullamore Reserve. Currently, the reserves game is on at the moment, streaming live on YouTube as well. I believe that's three-quarter time now. So, Wanturna South 4-4-28, lead Mitcham 3-6-24. And what seems to be a bit of an upset. Unfortunately for the Tigers, but you can follow that coverage on YouTube if you wish. You can keep listening to us because we're going to just touch on...
Well, they can do both, Ryan, can't they? They can put their AirPods in, listen to the SEN app, and then have the YouTube on in the
AFL
background.
Victoria, with support of leagues and clubs, are committed to keeping our game great, and we're strong in our stance that any form of abuse across football at all levels is not tolerated. Any form of abuse is not welcome on our turf. Make a promise to be the best version of yourself and support the hard-working volunteers, coaches and umpires who make our great game come to life. Real fans respect the game. Make a pledge to keep the passion alive, but remember, any form of abuse is not welcome on our turf.
Thrash, I believe you were out at... you were somewhat following it?
Well, I was with Ray Baird last Sunday at the South Croydon, and him and I, he actually sat down and dissected the game for me. And basically the takeaway from that was that the Noble Park were very sluggish at the start and they got jumped by Roval. Roval were just all over them. And
First goal on the board. Gene Battanas
were
must have ran 20 with the ball goal with Appleby.
From quarter time on,
quick kick around the corner from the pocket, wasting no time, and another goal for the Lions through the middle. And I'll just get confirmation of they will find the target in Lynch.
Where sometimes you need to accelerate
to the centre forward to the other Lynch.
And that's what
Jordan to Jake. Quick play on goal square. Mark, it's a mark of the Croydon Blues and the goal square's good there. And I think
but some of their
seen the
from all
clear
reports,
style play
some
that
of
they
their
want to do. They want to
experienced
keep the ball
players
out of
were
Don
very
Lee's
well
hands.
held last week.
Croydon are on the Eastland scoreboard.
They
12
didn't
minutes
really
into this
contribute.
grand final.
That'll be a bit of a
Constantino,
worry
it
for
was
them
an
going
absolute
into a
corker as
game
well.
like
Shalaka's probably
this
should
week.
have taken handball over the top.
But that being said, they finished second for a reason because they had a very good home and away season, and it was probably a good game for them
nearly juggles his way to a
to
mark.
get out of the
Under pressure.
cobwebs. But unfortunately, they're going to come up against the
Standing at the
side
top of the goal square, it fell Croydon's way.
Yeah, and
Beccarelli took the hand-pass and kicked the goal. 3 goals to 2. They tried to knock it
Um,
forward from that contest. Whitley runs on it, hand-passes over the top. Shalaka, he's been in a lot. He kicks it towards Gordon. What a pass! It was right in front of his eyes, and he just had to put his hands in the way. Kicked 21 goals this year. He's a great marker when the pressure's on Doncaster East. And from point-blank range, he puts it through the middle. That's a good break for Doncaster East before quarter time. They're 4
across the ground has picked up quite a bit to probably that 2 goals. That music you can hear in the background is pumping. Thank you to Matt Brody as well. That's building up the intensity. Your music building up that final turn.
As Lips plays it out of the middle, gets it back to the centre circle. Croydon got some runners. Britton's on the end of it. He charges inside Figueroa's kick. Underneath it is careful marker Clark. No spoil came in.
Scotty's a bit of a music on the pre-game. That Rover no park game, it's interesting that both times, there's been 2 times Rover have jumped over Crash, one and then that semi-final, and then the other time Rover have jumped them, but then Rover have been able to, it's almost like if we want someone to pick Rover,
and there is the siren. It's quarter time in Division 1 Grand Final for 2019.
I think they're the best chance still, Noel Parkin. The only worry I have now is that there has to be a clear psychological edge to speed. Lost to them 3 times in 1 year.
Blues have an average win margin. And honestly, that last week, that game was I've just got a feeling that South Croydon might be the team just because they play a slightly different game style where they control the ball.
They didn't seem to the numbers of the marking contest, but Christie had the
ball. They've got really good ruckmen, tap ruckmen, Matt King. They've got those experienced guys that have done it before on the big stage. So there's a little bit of me, and James Wilson's most informed forward in the competition. So there's a little bit of me that starts to think maybe South Croydon have got maybe a better matchup for Oval, but then I think Noble Park, I would not be surprised if they won by 8 or so goals because of their midfield dominance.
And Scotty, you've been running with this for probably 3 or 4 weeks now. The South Croydon, the train, you've started to back them. What really impresses you about the way they're going?
We love a hunch here, and finally a hunch is coming. So, look, I just really have liked the way they've played their footy. Yeah, that was probably since we watched them play Norwood in the regular home and away season. I just think
they were undermanned that day too.
Yeah, and they've just got a really good sort of depth in all lines, I feel. Like, yeah, it might not be the star upon star through the back to the mid, but I just feel like everyone, carries that team really, really well. I'm massive raps for Max King to have a man of his size to play up forward, to play in ruck, to chuck down back. Like, he can just go anywhere, and it really can turn a game on its head, and that's the exciting thing. I just really like the way they're playing their football, and I think they're coming in with really good momentum up against Noble, who will have probably a bit of sort of what is going on. We've done sort of so well throughout the regular season, and now we're getting we were thinking probably that we're going to be into the grand final, and we're battling to get there.
The one thing that Roval have been able to do, they've been able to get into Noble Park's head.
Yep.
Right, and they've collared them twice, once from behind and once making where they've come from behind and beaten them, but they've also done it the other way where...
Well, they've done it twice that way, the way you're about to say. They've done it twice where they've jumped them. Round 1, they jumped them. We all thought, first quarter, but then they maintained it, and then, like you said last week, it's the same sort of thing.
So that makes me wonder whether that... so really, when you look at South Croydon, right, their performances have been, like you said, they're very even across the.
Well, I think Rover were the last team to beat South Croydon off the top of my head.
Yeah,
because they played them at Cheong Park about that halfway point of the year, and that game South Croydon stayed in it, and then Rover just too much harassment in that last sort of quarter and a half, but. Brash, I think Roval actually the last team to beat South Croydon, so it could be a little bit. And there's a bit of narrative either way. Whichever team ends up playing Roval, there's a bit of narrative. It's either Noble Park finally beat them, or finally get another chance to beat them, or South Croydon can continue this winning run against the team that last beat them. So
I just wonder. I'm just wondering now, regardless of whatever the result is today between South Croydon and Noble Park, and for mine, I just think that. I'm looking at Roval as a side that's going to be able to go up gears, whereas I'm a little bit worried that Noble Park and South Croydon, when the real asset's on them, I don't know whether they're going to have the leg speed to respond. And I reckon that will happen sometime in the third quarter. If it's close at half time and then the game needs to be won, I'm going to be thinking that from what we've seen this year, that Roval are going to be the side that are going to be able to go up a notch.
And that's why you need the jump out in the first sort of quarter. Like we're saying, it didn't really help Noble because they did get the jump and then they managed to. The thing is, though, that game, that game we watched, probably one of the best games we've seen. Actually, given last week's reserves grand final, but one of the great games. Noble still had 10 scoring shots in the second half. Roval kicked 11 straight to 3-7. Yeah. So Noble kicked one of those 7 behinds through the middle. They win the game. And we go on about, yes, Roval's come back, but, So Noble absolutely smashed them in that first half. So clearly Noble's best footy is good enough, but it's clearly a mental edge. But Roval's goal kicking is also impressive because they kicked 15-6 last week. So they're clearly very, very good at kicking straight.
Yeah. And that's important. It's an underrated skill in this game. But the worry for me for South Croydon today is beating Noble Park in the midfield. Noble Park have been a really strong
ball too.
Contested ball. Their midfielders, obviously. You would imagine King would play majority of that game in the ruck. He's got to because he's a really good user of the ball to get it down to the likes of Kilpatrick or a Dano King. Dano King won. I don't know how he played last week, Brash, because he had a quiet game against Blackburn.
He was quiet again last week, but it's like with him at the moment, he seems to get better as the game goes on. Yeah. Like it just takes him a little while, but the thing is, he's still that guy that can give you 2 or 3 touches that can, give you 3 goals.
Yeah.
And like last week, they didn't actually have to put Max King at full forward because Wilson was doing the job. So, I mean, it's actually having Max King play at full forward is more a luxury, not a necessity for South Croydon.
Well, let's go through.
Especially now, given Wilson's form. I think now they've realised James Wilson's fit and firing. I think they've realised now that they have to keep Max King on ball, and the fact that Wilson's kicked 50 goals in bloody 10 games or whatever it is, that they don't really feel that need to swing Max King forward. Plus, Tom Sheridan kicked 3 last week, didn't he? Didn't he, Brash? He's not overly big, but he's a good mark. He's a good goal. He's a good for goal. So.
And he put this way, he's a bit Inspector Gadgerish, Sheridan.
Yeah, he does. He's very lanky, isn't he? Like he's. I know what you mean though, Brash. His arms, like he often takes marks that are well above his head.
Yeah, and he actually plays tall. He's a hard matchup because he's got very good ground skills, but he's also very good in the air. So you need a fair player to play him.
Who gets the job on him?
He's a hard matchup because he's probably about 6'1", but yeah. They sometimes do play him one out. So
who does Morrison? That's the.
Morrison goes to Wilson. Maybe Josh Tua.
Yeah,
Josh Tua.
And if that doesn't work, then I think they're in trouble.
And also a big shout out to Robbie Mallison, 150 senior today.
So
a fan favourite of the commentary team. So congratulations to Robbie.
I've got to see the Wombat play one more time.
He actually did some nice things last Sunday. Mallison, he did.
He did the week before as well. I think he's an important player. But we'll go through some tips for this game. Just for this one here. I'm personally backing Noble. I think they'll win comfortably. I think they've definitely been the second best side all season. South Croydon have impressed me in patches. I think they can turn a game very quickly, and we saw that early in the season. It only really took 5 to 10 minutes. So they can win out of the midfield, but I just think Noble's midfield is really strong, and defensively they're well set up, and they have the forwards to kick a big score. So personally, I think Noble will be comfortably maybe a 3 or 4, maybe 5 goal win today. Brash?
I'm going to go with South Croydon Ryan. I've had a chance to have a look at them. There's some similarities in their premiership year that.
Don't tell Ray that you're going to have a long conversation.
Texts are coming in.
My worry for Noble Park is the fact that if Allen and Orwin have come back into the side, and they're struggling to get touches.
Yep.
And the better quality back sixes are getting hold of them. I just like the way that South Croydon don't give up on the game. They're always prepared to chase the contest, and I reckon I think they can win this afternoon. The margin will only be a couple of goals in it, but I think it'll be just enough.
Scotty?
Yeah, and I'm sticking with the hunch. So I have to go with South. Like I said, I really like the way they're playing their footy at the moment. It's come at the right time, and we've spoken about momentum sort of being a key, and that is one of them at the moment. So I'm picking them for 15 points.
And Matt, do we have a leaning either way?
I'm going South Croydon. One, it's the Wombat. There's a part of me that wants to see the Wombat one more time and call his great name. But yeah, I just got a feeling that they're coming in on this incredible wave, and we know what South Croydon waves can do. Like, back to 2017, that was a wave. That was an absolute wave they rode all the way to an unlikely flag. Whether or not I think they will win the premiership, I would only be saying that Rover won't win it just to annoy Ray, because they have ticked every box. But I'm feeling South Croydon are going to win it today. I think they like Bayswater Oval.
And Brash has got the Oracle.
The Oracle.
Oh, look at Scotty's eyes light up.
Yeah, the Oracle has sent me through the tips for this weekend.
He's a good fellow, the Oracle.
Yeah, preliminary final, he's got Noble Park 90, South Croydon 82. So 8 points in it for Noble Park. I think that's probably a fair estimation of where both those sides are at this particular time.
Juncture. Particular juncture.
Yeah, juncture. That'll do.
And we've got a few minutes here before the break. We're going to touch on this game just briefly because we will be there tomorrow covering it. It's the Division 2 Grand Final between South Belgrave and Ringwood. South Belgrave, I think, has got them every time this season. I think so they're 3-0 over the Ringwood. But Ringwood have been close every time. And they're coming into this final series, this grand final, as the underdog. So rather than when they played Mitcham and Baronia in the last couple of grand finals, they were the heavy favourites to win it. Brash, they're coming in with a sort of a different perspective.
They are, and the thing is, Ryan, I was having a bit of a chat with you off before we come on, and I'd said to you that I'd already done my analysis for tomorrow's game. And everything that these two sides bring to the table are just neck and neck. They're either ranked 1 or 2. However, there's just one statistic that Ringwood just don't seem to be able to get near, and that's the score. Yep. They always around that 12 to 18 point deficit, and that's the thing that keeps. That's the thing that worries me again yesterday, that for all their hard work again, they have to find 3 goals.
Is it this forward line? Because you look at South Belgrave, they've got that tall timber down there. It's probably not something that Ringwood has. I mean, Burton's really not a key forward. He's not tall. He's very quick and has good hands, but he's not a massive guy.
No. And the thing is, when we get into this game tomorrow, I think if Ringwood are really going to win this grand final, it's going to come. It's their back six. They've got one of the most understated back six all year, but this time they're going to have to play above what they've been able to do, because you've got to try and. You've got 3 forwards that have kicked 130 goals between them, and that's something that's going to be very hard to hold.
Matt and Brash, I'll keep your tips for tomorrow because you'll be at the game with myself there. So, but Scotty, just your thoughts quickly on the contest, and do you see, is it South Belgrave's to lose here, or are we sort of underestimating just the sort of club Ringwood have been over the last 5-6 years?
I think they're in the box seat, and they do really well in sort of keeping Ringwood from having their big scores, because Ringwood can score really, really well. But at the moment, I think South Belgrave.
Yep, it's probably an interesting contest there. I think there's Brett Rowe's just a fantastic coach. So defensively structured, they're set up really well, Brash. I think they've got the
They kicked 33 scoring shots last week. So Ringwood.
Well, yeah, they did, didn't they, against East Burwood?
So Burton back in is no Jack Blythe on the team sheet. So that's a little bit annoying. I know we're not giving tips, but I
Jack
agree.
Blythe, I don't think
Brad,
I don't think Jack Blythe has played.
We'll get to that soon. We're going to a break for the Eastlands match of the day.
Sorry.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to the Eastlands match of the day. It's a Division 1 EFNL Grand Final. We've been waiting for this for a long time. Brash, East Ringwood and Mooroolbark out here at Tormore Reserve. Currently in the reserves, it is Wanturna South who have gone out to a 10-point lead. I think they've kicked the last 3 goals. They lead 6-4, 40 to 4-6-30, Mitchum.
How often does the favourite go down in a grand final?
It happens all the time.
I know.
Incredible. So 13 minutes gone in that final term. You can see that game on YouTube, live streaming. If you're not going to watch that now, you can watch it later. I'm sure Wanturna South fans will be keen to have a look at that. If they can hold on, don't want to go too early for them. Going back to this game, it is a massive clash between the two best sides in the division. If you just missed earlier, Mitch Farmer out. So a big loss for the Roos. He's been really key for them coming to the club this year with his brother Trent. Tom Norton coming in for him wearing the number 15. So big job ahead for him. We'll touch on that a bit later. But just going back to their finals run. So obviously we've talked about this. Mooroolbark have had a much different run to get here. They lost that qualifying final by 40 points to Mitcham. Then came back a week later to beat Montrose by 15. And then in the preliminary final last week that you were at, Brash, they won by 27 points and, were pretty impressive.
They were. And I think like when we were speaking to Brett Lavers before, I just thought that Mooroolbark, like I said, they had to find something mentally. There was never any doubt in my mind about the ability that side brings to the park. To me, it's all about the mental attitude for them, and that's where East Ringwood got them the last time. However, and it was going to be important for Mooroolbark to respond. Yeah, we were a little bit concerned with their fluctuating form leading into the finals, giving side starts and only winning by a couple of points when, they flat track bullied those upper sides earlier in the season by lots of money. Not money, but lots of, by lots of goals and points. But then, like I said, I think the turning point for me last week, it was that third quarter. I just felt that Mooroolbark just got their mojo back. Just that real physical presence, fair physical presence that can really overwhelm a side. And that's what they did to Mitcham. Mitcham sort of, they gave it to them. They gave them their best shot in the first half, but Mooroolbark were always in control of the contest. It wasn't like Mitcham was going to be able, to put a lead on at half-time that looked like that Mooroolbark wasn't going to overrun. And then that third quarter, it was like watching Mooroolbark earlier in the season. They just went up the notch that they did in that first 14 rounds. And all of a sudden, that self-belief and mojo came back into the side. And I think that was, the turning point for them. I don't know whether it's going to be enough for them to win the grand final today, but I tell you what, it's going to keep them in this game for a long, long time. I would think if they're still in this game at 3/4 time, they're right into their armpits.
And I think it will be. And we talked about, again, no disrespect for Mitcham, because I love what the club has done there, and they've really built something special. And I don't think many expect them to be facing off in a preliminary final. But compared to Mooroolbark's list, Scott, they're much younger. I think, you look at the middle, you look at Jesse Uren, you look at Jesse Smythe, Alex Barton-Smith, they're all really young. So, they're really developing, and they're going to be great for the future. But I think Mooroolbark and also East Ringwood are just, they're a bit more experienced, and they're a bit bigger bodies, and I think they're suited to playing Premier Division if they do get up today.
Oh, for sure. I know. I think that's sort of been shown throughout the season, and it's great that we've got the two, what have been the two top sides, finally meeting. But it's going to be an interesting contest, I think. I think for Mooroolbark, if they can sort of shut down the Farmer up forward, he's leading goal scorer of 58. Then you've got Lawson at 27. So if you can sort of shut out Farmer, you're within a shot, because I guess with Mooroolbark, you've got various options. If one's not firing in Jordan and Mullet, they're both on 59, 58 goals. So I think it gives Mooroolbark at least a little bit of flexibility if it's not working for one of them. Whereas I think with East Ringwood, you've got to find those other goal scorers. So it would be a key matchup in the back line.
I think after watching the game last week, I think Aaron Mullet's got to be playing on the ball.
Yep. He's listed in the midfield.
He has to be in that midfield rotation. However, with Aaron in that rotation, he's not coming off the ground. He's resting in a forward pocket or a half forward, where he's still not too far away from the contest that he can still have an influence.
So, Brash, percentage-wise, how much time would you want him to be playing in the midfield, and how much percentage you want him resting up forward and still having an impact to add to the scoreboard?
Well, for Mooroolbark to win this grand final, it's got to be an 80-20 split for me.
So you think he's got
to play 80-20 midfield?
And I think if he does, I think they're a big chance. Obviously, without Farmer there, that's one less cog in the midfield for East Ringwood. Bilo was really important for him last time these two sides met. He's going to be one to shut down. But just watching I think it's the semi-final between East Ringwood and Mitcham a couple of weeks ago, Farmer and Bilo were everywhere, and especially that first quarter, they were all over the place. So if without one of them, if they can shut down Bilo suddenly, it opens it up for Mooroolbark.
And just quickly before I'll hand over to you, but just for stats, Belo's been in the 12 times for this regular season in their best ons for the game. So yeah, sorry, Brash.
Well, we gave him best that day against. So I mean, look, he's right, and I think with Aaron in the midfield, and another guy that can play a part, and we've really not talked about him. But he's played at the highest level, and if he happens to get on the end of a few, change of handballs, he can also do a lot of damage. Is Heath Hockey?
Yep.
Experienced AFL footballer, knows how to kick a goal, knows how to kick the ball to position. And the thing is, when you put Mullet out of all these, out of the 44 players that are going to take the ground this afternoon, Aaron Mallett's probably only one of 2 or 3 people that's got the actual penetration in the kick that can kick the ball 50, 60 metres and kick a goal.
Yep.
There isn't too many players that can do that, and that's why he's class, and that's why his value in the midfield takes a little bit of pressure off the half forward and the forward line if they're missing out and not getting a goal. Because if he's sitting in a forward pocket right in the first quarter for the sake of the argument, and the ball's not down there, and he's had 2 touches, then he's been
not
wasted.
Getting into the game.
He's got it. The thing is, it's almost like with Mooroolbark, they've got to go for. They're going to go for broke.
Just on that, that's the siren there behind us in the reserves game. So Wantirna South, a massive upset in the reserves grand final over Mitcham, 6-4-40 to Mitcham 4-6-30. Another low-scoring game. We have to do mention that because 19 as well was pretty low-scoring. And Scott, you were there. You might struggle to hear us under the Wantirna South theme song, but another low-scoring. If you look at last weekend's grand final, Scotty, again, quite low-scoring. Game, phenomenal attacking side. I think the 8 or 9 goals just bring you in.
Oh, well, that's it. It's just such a tight in and under contest for finals. And like we said, it just doesn't matter if you're the favourite. That's all good well. But you come into a grand final and anything can happen. And like we were saying, it's just that team that's cleaner with the ball, finds the scoring options when they can, and gets the result. And that's obviously sort of gone because they both had in this game here with Wantirna and Mitcham. They both had 10 scoring shots. It's just that Wantirna has kicked the two goals.
Well, that's how important it is to get off to a good start too, especially if it is going to be low scoring. Ray, one player I really want to focus on is Trent Farmer, who's come to the club from Ringwood. We know how sort of coming up to the end of his career, but he's been fantastic, arguably the greatest Ringwood player of all time. Maybe his conversation there, I don't know. I'm sure you would know better about that, but he has to be really far up there. He's fantastic, and he's come to this club. I think at the start of the season, we weren't sure how much he was going to add to this side. He was just going to be a cherry on top of it. He kicked 5 goals in that semi-final against Mitcham. 58 goals this season. He's taken 3 or 4, maybe 5 in a low-scoring game. That's could be the difference.
And that's full time.
I've only seen Trent Farmer
grand final, the final
play one bad finals game, and that was the final they lost to Baronia because he kicked 5 points.
What we just
Let's
said,
sing
isn't
the song
it?
one more time. Presentation still
and
to
the thing
come.
was, he wasn't the worst player on the day either. The ball was coming to him, but he had the yips. Couldn't kick a goal.
Yep.
And that's just what happens. But bar that aside, I don't reckon he's missed a treat since he's crossed over from Ringwood to East Ringwood. Yep. In fact, I think he's become a better footballer than he was at Ringwood because he's playing with better quality footballers, and that's taking nothing away from Ringwood. But it seems that it's been able to lift him to another level, and I think he plays a fantastic. He's a great lead-up forward, but the thing is, he's got more bows to his string than a lot of other players can. And the thing is, he can turn on a dime. He can take a big grab. He's equally comfortable playing centre-half forward or full forward, and he can also kick goals from really tight angles. He's the quintessential all-round forwards player that you want going into a grand final.
Yeah,
and sorry, Scotty, but and also as good as he's been, you've got some really good options in Laos, and Hickleton's had 25 in port. Steve EFNL kicked, I think, 4 the last time they played. So they do have, if Farmer is caught, has been held well, a couple of key forward patterns in the last 12 years. Ringwood at the side that has plenty of options.
Janelle was massive last time. Just the smarts of a man who's been around the league for, however long it's been now. Just that, what a credit he is to have his side.
We will always fight for victory. We are the good old green and white. He stopped playing Premier Division, went down a grade. Now if he wins, he'll go up because he doesn't want the commitment. I thought that was probably the reason why. So does that mean that East Ringwood, all up on money, will probably lose the now if they win the grand final?
Well, you don't know. They'll have a couple of interesting conversations if they do get up to Grand Division. Obviously, the Farmer brothers too are another topic of discussion for next season.
And the other question I'm going to ask you both, in watching the Division 1 who do you think out of these two sides you're going to pick if they bring their A game today? Which side's the best pick to go?
I have to go with East Ringwood to but we've got to remember the first 14 games of the season we're on top, but I just think the way East Ringwood are, I think they're probably best to win.
I agree. But that being said, if Mooroolbark does get up, I don't think they'll be down the bottom. I think they'll be well within the contest. They're a good side. They're a very good side.
And just quickly, boys, because we will be going to our final break just in less than a minute, but I want a quick tip and a best on. So, Brash, I'll start with you.
I'm going to go with East Ringwood, and I'm going to go with Kane Noonan as the best on the ground.
Interesting. Scotty?
Yeah, I'm going East Ringwood by 12 points, and I think I'm going to sort of go with Bello for being the best on.
I like the picks. I'm also going with East Ringwood. I'm going for Big Trent Farmer because I'm a sucker for a big key forward. That's our final break for the pre-game show here at the Eastland's match of the day. After the break, the grand final between East Ringwood and Mooroolbark Division 1 grand final.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's lessons, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating
Congratulations
life.
to both sides on a fantastic game.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency to Mountain Highway 1.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport.
The winner of the blue ribbon medal
Your breasts,
from Wanturna South, number 27, Lockie Noy.
Feel confident, feel supported. Available at boobarmour.com.au.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
You're listening to EFNL Game Day here live on the SEN app, Radio Eastern 98.1, or streaming around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. It is Division 1 Grand Final time here, live from the meteorologically illustrious Tormore Reserve out here in Baronia. This is only the third van game, and I'm thankful that I am inside. It's first place, 10, second in terms of the regular season finish on top of the Division 1 ladder, and what a clash we have in store for you this afternoon.
15, Jake
the two best teams in Division 1 vying for a chance at Premiership glory and a shot at Premier Division football in season 2023. Well, as we take a look at the path to both of these teams, Mooroolbark and East Ringwood, East Ringwood took the short route home, finishing on top of the ladder, getting the bye the first week, and then getting over Mitcham in semi-final number 2. Pretty comfortable, nearly 61-point win to them in semi-final 2. Mooroolbark had to take the long way around, losing to Mitcham in the qualifying final, then having to get over Montrose the following week, and then getting over Mitcham again in a rematch in the preliminary final last week at this very venue. And they booked a date with Destiny
number
here
27,
with
the double
East
dangler,
Ringwood. And we shall know
Noy.
who goes up to Premier Division in about 3 hours' time. So keep it locked. Don't go anywhere as we bring you all the action here
number
from Tormore Reserve in this Division 1
Mark
Grand Final. My name's Steve White. Thanks very much for joining us here at EFNL Game Day for this ultimate clash in terms of Division 1. But we've still got Division 2 and the Premier Division to sort out in the next couple of days/week. So don't go anywhere until September 17th.
Mitchell
joining me
Stone
on the call team this afternoon. There's been a few late ins and outs, both on and off the field. Brett Beston out. Ryan Long will be joining me in the call chair this afternoon. Good afternoon, Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Steve. And we do wish Brett all the best at
number
home.
40, Zach
So
Stone.
hopefully he's recovering well and listening to the call today. But fascinating game. Definitely the best
number
two sides
42,
all season.
Jack Graffin.
We've mentioned Mitcham were really competitive, but they're a really young side. These two have been, these two
number
are set for this
43,
day. I think
James
they would have looked at the
Sturtridge.
start of the season and gone, we're looking at the other clubs and gone, we're a real chance to make a
Number
grand
45,
final and possibly
Fletcher
a premiership
Leverett.
to go up. And I think they're both the best two sides suited for a Premier Division if they can get there, which
number
one of them will
47,
at the end
Callum
of today.
Gleeson.
We'll find out at about 5 o'clock.
Indeed, they will. Matt Fodier is coming off the interchange bench into
Number
special, but
48,
on the ground
Jackson
right now, John O'Ven.
Stamarkos.
Thanks very much for joining us on pregame.
No worries. Fantastic. Fantastic to be
Number
here.
49, Harry Woodman.
Fantastic day of footy, and I think this game coming up will be no exception.
Thanks, and you've heard them all season. I'm on special
Number
comments
52,
man across the Eastern
Dylan
Football Net
Smith.
League, Wayne Brasher. Thanks for joining us. Eventually.
Number 54, Dalen Carney.
And Matt and whoever, part of all the media team today. It's been a
Number
great
56,
job
James
by our team
Anderson.
so far in the early games, but, there's nothing about
Number 57,
a day
Daniel
like a
Bishop.
grand final day. It doesn't matter which two sides are playing. It brings goosebumps to your skin because, and especially when you're part of it, you may not be
Number
actually
59,
playing it.
Jordan
We're actually
Stamarkos.
part of it.
Yeah.
Right, and we're in the box seat.
Number
Give
66,
everyone
Jamie
this
Lowe.
afternoon the best call they possibly can, and we're going to enjoy it as well. And I'm really am looking
Number
forward to
68,
this contest.
Sal
I'm
Fegamali.
not going to over embellish on what both of you have already said because all the talk is done, all the
The
analysis
assistant
is done.
coach, Nathan
All we want
Palamara.
now is the start of the grand final, and may the best side win.
Did you play in grand finals, Brush?
Did I play in a grand final? Yeah, I did in...
1953.
Yeah. Yeah, I had 2 kicks and got 2 goals and
The
got
Premiership
dragged.
captain,
So,
number 12, Sam McIntyre.
Unfortunately for me, it wasn't to be. My 2 brothers played. I think Sean played in 7 grand finals.
And the Premiership
Grant
coach,
played in
Paul
8 as
Jane.
juniors. Yeah, and I think they won 75% of them too. So
they couldn't share a few with you. No. All right. So look, we've got a few minutes before the start of presentation. Actually, just in the game match before the reserves, Wani South getting up by 10 points. Congratulations to them over Mitchum. So the pre-game presentation, post-game presentations, I should say, still transpiring there. But look, you guys chewed the fat about this one extensively on the pre-game. We'll just get a quick synopsis recap of your take on this game, starting with you, Ryan.
Look, we had a good look at both sides, and we had Brett Lavers on, and he gave us good insight, and we really did talk about how different of a lead-up it has been for both clubs. East Ringwood have only played the 1 game in the last 3 weeks, which I always sometimes worry about, if they come out firing or not in that first quarter because they haven't played, whereas Mooroolbark have had to constantly win to keep going on in September. So it's a fascinating one, and we looked at some key players. Obviously, I don't know if you've mentioned Mitch Farmer out for the obviously for East Ringwood, which is a real big loss in the midfield. And we talked about their semi-final against Mitcham a couple of weeks ago. A couple of really key players was Bilo and Farmer, who found plenty of the ball in the midfield. You take out one of those cogs.
Division 1 reserves
opens it up.
Between Todd Curtis now.
Mullet, Noonan, and Smith. A couple of them can get off the chain. That may be a bit of a difference and a bit of a strength to it.
We are the green and whites. We are the good old green and whites. We're the team that comes from miles around. We play them on our own. Some come to cheer us, while others fear us because they're near us. We will always fight for victory. We are the good old green and whites. We are the green and whites. We are the good old green and whites. We're the team that comes from miles around. We'll play them on our own or any ground. Some come to cheer us, while others fear us because they're near us. We will always fight for victory. We are the good old green and whites.
is that there's still a nagging doubt about if things get tough for Mooroolbark, are they going to be able to hold their nerve? Or is it going to happen again to them when they get a little bit behind? They're going to chase the contest where they've got the mental fortitude to get back into it.
Yeah, because when we saw that game, it was pretty even until about two second half time, 3/4 time, and then East Ringwood just Steve Donnell and all the rest of them came out.
It's like I said, Mooroolbark can't afford to have a momentary lapse of reason today for any time. Yep. Otherwise, the game will slip away from them very quickly.
And it's also interesting. It's hard to look at it now because we've come past the second half of the season and things have played out differently. But leading up into that game, it was Mooroolbark as probably the clear favourites.
Yeah.
East Ringwood were like they were winning. They kept winning, but they were sort of the second tier almost.
East Ringwood were the stalkers, mate.
Yeah, and it's sort of switched, and I think some people probably forget that. That how much of that has changed, because right now I think most people have tipped East Ringwood and are looking them as the clear favourites. But both sides have a potential to open up this game, and they have the forwards, both sides. Mullet, if he pushes up there, you got Jai Jordan, other players like Braden Dobie. So Mooroolbark certainly have options, and we know East Ringwood do. So look, it'll be interesting because either way, if it opens up one way, it's hard for their defences to slow down that transition of ball movement.
And I think too, in the two in third division and fourth division grand finals, it's been the will of the defences.
Yeah,
right? It actually has been
two medals. We talked about I've gone blank. Trent Martin and I've forgotten his name, sorry. But they two defenders winning the best on-field medals, and they've been low-scoring games.
And the thing is, Ben Osborne's mantra is defence first. He's built this side from the back, from the back 50 upwards, not the other way around. And that's the most important thing in a grand final. It's your back 50. Defence sets up the forwards for victory.
So, thanks, Fresh. We'll get ready to take a short break here on EFNL Game Day. And on the other side of this, we'll be getting ready for the start of play here in this Division 1 Grand Final. You're listening to EFNL Game Day, here live from Tormore.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though...
Shalaka's on the end of a hand pass, gets into goal square and runs through to goals. And Donny Easter on the board. First goal on the board. G. Batanas must have ran 20 with the ball. Goal with Appleby. A quick kick around the corner from the pocket, wasting no time, and another goal for the Lions through the middle.
Green and gold are the colours that we are proud to wear. We are the boys from Mooroolbark. When we are attacking in cups, we are not lacking. It's very plain to see. Nevermore will we fail to the Premiership. We'll sail along the road to victory. Green and gold are the colours that we are proud to wear. We are the boys from Mooroolbark. When we are attacking in cups, we are not lacking. It's very plain to see. Nevermore will we fail to the Premiership. We'll sail along the road to victory.
Cheer, cheer the blue and the white, honor thy name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, whose will go in and win overall, while their loyal sons are marching upwards to victory. Cheer, cheer the blue and the white, honor thy name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, whose will go in and win overall, while their loyal sons are marching onwards to victory.
So before we get underway in the senior grand final, let's just recap some of the results if you've just joined us. East Ringwood winning the first game in the under-19s. On turn to south just now. And coming up is East Ringwood and Mooroolbark. Pre-game presentation to come very shortly.
Just because I'm like, I can't be yelling at you across.
Yeah, John, Mooroolbark. It was a very close game that they lost against Mooroolbark earlier on in the season, so I reckon, I think the later one that they played against each other, it might be the marker of the actual form. For a best on ground, I'm going to go with Sam Lowson. I think he's going to have a big day down there against the Mooroolbark defence.
Thanks very much, Jared. And Scotty's probably getting a last-minute drink or two from the shed to the left of us. Brash, you were going to say something?
Yeah, the Oracle, mate. We've been our big feature throughout the season.
Yes.
Right, he's got East Ringwood 104 to Mooroolbark 68.
Oh, comfortable. Ooh, okay.
So that's his tip for the grand final this year. Yep, and I'm sure everyone will be waiting with bated breath to see what his prophecy will be tomorrow.
Exactly right. Well, looks like the teams are lining up now here for the pre-game presentation. And let's cross down to the we're going to have the coin toss first. It looks like we'll see who wins this one. It looks like East Ringwood have called it, and they will be kicking to the left of screen, the club room's end, the scoreboard end. But let's cross now down to Matt Fodia, who will be running the central.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tormore Reserve for today's Eastland Division 1 Senior EFNL Grand Final between East Ringwood and Mooroolbark. We begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today and pay respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Would you now please be upstanding and join with the players, coaches and the umpires for the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, all let hearts rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for trial, our home is girt by sea.
So the national anthem then, I have to apologise to John O'Ven. That wasn't Matt Fodey. He does a pretty good Matt Fodey impersonation, I hear, but anyway.
I want to know how he projected his voice from here to the ground.
I was going to cross down to himself. No, that's not. So, but look, we're almost set for action out here. Slight breeze going across the ground in terms to the scoreboard end, so that might favour East Ringwood initially in the first quarter. So we'll see if that becomes a factor later in the game. It is Tormore. It is basically the rule, not the exception.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be Tormore if there wasn't a little ziffer of wind either, would there?
Exactly. Well, I have to say it's in much better condition than previous years.
Yeah.
So 2017 and 2018, was it the Lilydale Knox? Oh, Doncaster East Knox Grand Final. Oh, my gosh. That was the mud bath. Even the Lilydale Nonny East one wasn't the fan, but they have got it in good nick. So, yeah, we're all almost set for action here across the Eastern Football Netball League anyway, in terms of the Division 1 Grand Final. So we will find out who goes up to Premier Division in about 3 hours' time. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We have a great afternoon of action ahead of us, as we do tomorrow and next week at the Premier Division Grand Final. And we'll know who will face Roeville pretty shortly as well. But as we're all set for action out at the centre bounce to bring us in, it's Ryan Long.
Here we go, the Division 1 Grand Final, Mooroolbark and East Ringwood. Mundy and Monkhurst, the first hit out. So we wait for the umpire to put the ball up into the air to start this game. Been the best two sides all season in Division 1. And we've got an absolute thriller ahead of us this afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Either the live streams, SEN app or Eastern 98.FM.
And here we go.
And here we go. Mundy and Monkhurst in the ruck. First tap out, no one gets it. Falls into Mundy's hands and he just kicks it forward into the direction of Pickleton. Passes it off and they go inside 50. Target there, one-handed mark. Holds it. Brilliant.
I think that might be Lawson.
Yeah.
Standing under it well.
No, it's not Sam Lawson.
No. Trent Farmer.
Trent Farmer, who else?
My pick for best on field today. I mean, what a pickup over the off-season, him and Mitch. Mitch, unfortunately, not out there.
Gee, what
58 goals for the season.
What a start this will be for East Ringwood if he slots this.
Well, let's see how his confidence are. Don't want to miss too early and have the yips. Trent Farmer coming in for the first goal of the Division 1 Grand Final. Whoa. It is not a good one. It's well left. So just a minor score. East Ringwood on the board. One behind. Some Mooroolbark yet to score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Steve.
Yeah, more so the, not the Yippee-ki-yay, but definitely the yips anyway to bring the footy out. Now here's Trent Giorgio. Short pass goes on. Out come Mooroolbark out of their defensive area. That kick now was intended there for Jordan, and he doesn't end up with the footy. It goes just out of bounds. And Ringwood will get a free kick here just inside their half-forward line. Here comes the kick in towards a congested forward line. Target there with Farmer, couldn't drag it down. Players converge, looking for a hand pass out. Good tackle applied there by Giorgio. And they've won a free kick here, have the Mustangs holding the ball. And they'll bring it out of their back line here. We only just played 90 seconds here. 1 point the scores of the East Ringwood Football Club. That going to Trent Farmer. And with a free kick now, here's Caden Mackey. Puts it onto the left boot now, in towards a congested half-back line at the front spot there. Did Troy Wright. Went the fist and it went over the boundary line. And we'll have a boundary throw in half-forward flank here for East Ringwood. Sutherland to do this. So, excuse me, that's Kane to do the rucking here for East Ringwood up against Monkhurst. No, it looks like they've changed, and Mundy and Monkhurst it is. Mundy give that one the tap. Doing the roving there is Bilo. Got dragged to the ground in a strong tackle. Didn't get rid of it in time, said the umpire. And another free kick here going the way of the Mustangs. And they'll move the footy out now here through Kane Noonan, the skipper. Short passes on. Mustangs now looking to go by hand. It went to Caden Mackey. Again, he goes out of bounds, and we'll have a boundary throw.
One of the most important things in a grand finals is to settle and settle very quickly. Whichever side can do that in the opening 10, 15 minutes and put a couple of goals on the board, that'll set them in good stead for the rest of the afternoon.
First goal, super important. You're right, Brash. As the ball brought back into play, that's Austin Smith who kicks it forward. Strong mark there, and standing under it was Wetherill for the East Ringwood Roos. Time for them to steady as he goes to that far side on the wing. I'm assuming we'll get a lot of play on that far side, which makes it hard for us. The kick's a good one inbound. Donnelly, and they'll set it inside 50 again. Here's a chance. Farmer had it. Front position, but didn't quite take the mark. So a boundary throw in. 3 minutes gone in this first term.
Ryan, you never know. You know we're never going to get it on this side of the ground.
Never do. Never at all. So the ball brought back into play here. Monkhurst got first position, took it out of the ruck, handballed it off to a teammate, and they'll kick it along down the line, looking for a target. Gilby's under it. Instead, it's Mundy. Takes a strong mark. He's been important early. It's going to be an important key for the East Ringwood Roos today. His kick isn't suited well for his teammate, and that's Aaron Mullett getting involved early with a mark. Down back. Be interesting to see where he plays today. His short kick off to Roth. Kicks it to Giorgio, made to work for it. Did well picking it up, clearing it out. Roos have got some numbers around the ball here. Could work out. Was it a mark or... umpire has played the mark, so... Taking it there.
DeMonte.
Well done by DeMonte. Brad talked about his importance last week.
Had a great game last week, especially that third quarter.
Short kick to Hager, right in front of us on the centre wing. Kicks it down the line. Mundy's under it for the Roos. Strong mark. And East Ringwood will take possession of the ball once more.
Mundy with plenty of possessions of his own. Cherney goes by the right foot. 2v1 in favour of the Stangs. Roos might get away with it here through Connor Waitman. Did well to rope the footy and get a hand pass out now to a teammate. Cherney puts it onto the right boot in towards the attacking Vinny. Lowson was the target. Double-fisted away. Kennedy gets the hand pass out. Mustangs doing a pretty good job to clean up a loose footy. By hand there was Roth. He goes backwards to go forwards there, but a teammate in Hawking switching the play across the ground. And out come Mooroolbark. Kick up towards the half-forward line. Here's Mullett. Mullett now steering up in towards the centre of the ground. Short passes on, finds a teammate there in Jai Jordan. Has to be quick. Evades one tackle, goes by hand again. Brilliantly chopped off now there by by Donnelly. Goes back the other way now for East Ringwood. One-on-one contest. Well, I think that was almost in the back there by McManus. And the footy goes over the boundary line and we'll have a boundary throw in.
Just that sense of hesitation by Jordan created the turnover.
So both teams frenetic pace to start now. Here's the boundary throw in. Mundy has the front spot, got the left paw on it. Aussie Smith doing the roving. Can't get away from Bilo, though. Good tackle applied by him. We'll have a ball up about 5 metres to the right. So in come the rucks again. Monkhurst, well, both rucks missed it. Bilo trying to do the roving, I should say, as is Marcus Kane goes over the boundary line. We'll have another boundary throw in. So quite a few stoppages so far. Most of the action, as you alluded to, Brash, on the far side of the ground. Although when you did say that, we had a breakout down the wing here. Here's Mundy now with a front spot. Monkhurst, Aussie Smith doing the roving. Had it chopped off. Bilo goes diving in for it. Players give it. Bilo gets it back again. He's dragged to the ground. Relentless pressure. Monkhurst puts it onto the right boot into a vacant centre square. And a 2-on-2 contest in terms of the foot race. Tapped across. 1v1 now here between Mooroolbark looking to fist this one forward now here through Gilby. Done pretty well, Gilby. Takes a soccer. In pursuit there is Wright. Gilby puts it onto the right boot. It's grubbering towards the fatal goal. Oh, God, absolutely hammered there was Braden Dobie, and the umpires played it. Short pass is on, and it's taken here by Jai Jordan. And a good passage of play there from the Stangs, and they'll have their first meaningful shot of the game.
Just caught asleep there, East Ringwood, in their back 50 there. Jordan just allowed to run loose into that into the empty space, and Dobie saw him and gave him that nice pass.
So Jai Jordan, 59 goals on the year, and been pivotal with Aaron Mullett. Nearly 120 goals between them, and this is for the first potentially for the Mustangs for this afternoon. Onto the right boot it goes. Oh, and he's hit the post. Was ready to wave it through there for the Stangs, and a minor score apiece. Mooroolbark 1, East Ringwood 1 behind. We played 6.5 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So 2 set shots on both sides have just led to 2 minor scores, as Cherney here for East Ringwood will kick it far as he can onto the far side, far wing that is. Picked up there by Mullett. Handball was a turnover. Now East Ringwood have got Bilo in the middle open. Pass it off to a teammate running by. They get going forward to Ali. He's on his own, passes it off again. Inside, Waitman goes in the direction of Lowson. Strong hands. And he looks like he may line up for a set shot from here, or maybe put it up to the top of the square, but he looks like he's going to go back, Brash.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he has a shot from there. I'd be going the percentage play and kicking it to the top of the square myself.
It's a tough kick from this angle. 1 minor score apiece. Be a big statement early from the boundary line. Lowson decides not to go for it, and it's turned over. The kick cut off, and Noonan, his target there was Powell, but just didn't have enough length on it, as Mooroolbark now have a chance to clear their back 50 through Wichard, and it's turned over, but they do well enough to control the ball. And here's East Ringwood now. They've got Waitman open. couldn't quite get it to him. Bit of a scrap as Aussie Smith picks it up and he's tackled by 2 East Ringwood players, brought to the ground. We've gone 8 minutes in this first quarter, just 2 minor scores apiece as we go for the first time this afternoon to Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
Thank you, Ryan. East Ringwood have started hot early in the inside 50 count, 5-1 in their favour. But both defences have been good very early. 3 intercept marks to 2 in favour of East Ringwood.
Thanks, Paul. As we get another ball up, here's a clearing kick there in direction there of Donnelly. Couldn't get to the footy. Mustangs have numbers, but so do East Ringwood. We'll get a ball up as a good strong tackle applied by Darcy Powell for the Roos. So ball up just inside the edge of the centre square, attacking side of the ground now here for East Ringwood. Mundy and Munkhorst to continue their rucking duel. It's put straight onto the boot, high up and under. It went higher than it did further. Trying to take the mark. Courageous there by Devon McKernan. It's socket out now here towards the centre of the ground. And Mooroolbark with a chance to break forward. But they've got a good solid challenge there. Coming in there from McKernan again. If the footy goes high and up and under. Ali with the spoil. Played it there. It did Norton. And he's dragged to the ground. And the umpire says it was done in the incorrect manner. He'll get a free kick now here on this near side wing. McKernan puts it onto the right boot. Almost got smothered off the kick. Here's the kick in towards the farmer direction. Couldn't drag it down there. Could Hickleton. Here's a slapper on the body there by Larson. And he's kicked it. First of the afternoon to East Ringwood goes to Sam Lawson. And that's the first major for either team. Ringwood 1-1-7. They lead Mooroolbark 1 behind on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Wayne Brasher.
That's why you cannot afford to give Lawson 2 yards ahead or behind the play, because he's just got that uncanny ability to take control of the contest and the ball, and in a blinking of an eye can turn over and put a big goal on.
The great thing about their forward line, if Farmer or Hickleton don't mark it, they've got players like Lawson or even Donnell that's at a ground level that can crumb just like that. So the ball is brought back in the middle. Mundy with the hit out. And East Mooroolbark will get the response, getting the clearance out to the far wing. Here's a chance now through Mackie. Kicks it down the line. No real target in mind as the ball is just kept into play. Now it'll be a boundary throw in.
One thing I've noticed about both sides are very careful about making sure that they can shut down each other's outside game. I think that's the reason why there's so many numbers around the contest, because they know what damage can be done by each outsider's run.
Absolutely. Monkhurst beat Mundy to the ball then, but he's tackled straight away. And the umpire will call a ball up on that far wing. We've gone 10.5 minutes in this first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. East Ringwood 1-1-7, Mooroolbark 1 behind. Mundy in the ruck, the tap out, just went down into the direction of Mullet from Mooroolbark, who just kicks it towards the boundary, and we'll get a boundary thrown as we go boundary side ourselves to Jared Beanland.
Just a couple of matchups that I've spotted down in the East Ringwood forward line. Trent Georgiou has gone to Trent Farmer. That is McManus has gone to Hickleton, and Keeling has gone to Sam Lawson.
So brought back into play. It's a bit of a scrap on the outside. It's going to lead up to another ball up, another stoppage.
So tick over the 11-minute mark, 6 points to margin, 1-1-7 East Ringwood leading at Mooroolbark as Mundy and Monkhorst continue their rucking duel. Mundy so far with the edge, I would say. Here's the kick over the top there, couldn't find it, could Norton, and that goes over the boundary line. We'll have a boundary throw in far side of the ground.
That's a big matchup, Keeling and Lawson. Keeling's going to have to wear him like a glove all afternoon, I think.
Wind picked up a little bit, seems now to be blowing across the ground in terms of wing to wing. There's a Monkhorst wins the tap. Smith goes in there for the footy, as does Connor Waitman. Looks like we've got a free kick awarded here to East Ringwood. On the far side of the ground, might have been high. And anyway, they'll get the free kick on the far side of the ground. Here's Bealo with the kick now in towards the half-forward line target. There is Norton, just couldn't drag it inside. And we'll have another boundary throw in on the half-forward flank now here for East Ringwood.
Big opportunity for Norton today, as we mentioned, late in for Mitch Farmer. Certainly got an important role today, Brush.
He has, and the thing is he's got big shoes to fill too.
Mundy there went up a bit early in the rucking contest, not according to infringement, according to the umpire, but we've got another free kick here. Connor Waitman's won himself one. He goes in short now. His pass now finds Mitch Keetle, centre of the ground in the long sleeves today, looking for targets up front. Here he comes, in comes the kick. Lawson the target, did he drag it down? Not according to the umpire. Play on, he says, and that's going to be a ball up, and well, a few protestations there from the East Ringwood players, but we'll have a ball up about 25 out directly in front as we approach the 13-minute mark here of this first term. In come the rucking contest there by Mundy. It comes in out again on the far side. Ball not going anywhere. Good tackle by Darcy Powell. We'll have another ball up. game.
They haven't put the score on the board really, but they have probably controlled most of the play for the first 13 minutes.
So again, we have another ball up. We've had 2 or 3 in the last minute or so.
Admittedly, though, Ryan, it's a real physical contest at the moment. Both sides are really tackling real hard.
As Giorgio does the hit out. Here comes the kick out towards the half-forward line and dragging that one in, I think, was Bilo. Or was that... can't see on that side of the ground. But taking the mark now, East Ringwood are going to... They're about hugging the boundary line now, about...
That might be. I wonder if it's Hickleton.
But yeah, it is. It's Hickleton. So here he goes on to right boot. Short pass. Target there is Ali. Goes up for it. Just goes over his head. That's touched and out of bounds. And we'll have a boundary throw in.
I think, considering the kick, I think East Ringwood would be happy with that stoppage going out of bounds.
14 minutes gone in this first term. Just the one goal going East Ringwood's way. Trent Farm in the ruck grabbed it out and was tackled straight away as we get a ball up. Paul Yukoni, Stat Centre.
East Ringwood have had 3 marks inside 50 early, but they've only been able to put the one behind from the set shot so far.
Ball brought back into play here. Mooroolbark under a lot of pressure trying to clear it out. They do well. And back onto that far side once again. They've got some players out. Here's Simons that's going to be able to get there first. Not quite. This ball brought to Cherney on the wing. Hand passes it forward. And a bit of a late push there from, I believe that was McManus. But we'll get a ball up or boundary throw in here. The far wing. What can Mooroolbark provide? Certainly had a lot of intensity early in this game out in the ruck. Grabbing it out there was Dumont. Tap forward. Tried to get a handball going in the direction of Mooroolbark's way as the ball
that should be on the ball because there was a 360 rotation there. He was pinned. That should have been a free kick to East Ringwood then.
Yeah, they might have been unlucky there. So a ball up in the middle. Mundy flies high. He's got a leap on him and kicks it forward, sends it into the direction of Hickleton. Couldn't take the mark, but collected it well, put it on the boot towards goal, and that is well and truly out of bounds on the full. So no score there for East Ringwood.
So an opportunity squandered there for the Roos. I'm sure they'll have plenty more of them as the quarter and afternoon progresses. We're 15 minutes into this one. 1-1-7 and East Ringwood leading Mooroolbark just the one behind as the Stangs start out of their back line. Here's a high up and under kick up towards the back line. DeMonte had the front spot. It's parked over the back. Here comes Giorgio now here for the Stangs. His right foot kick is short. Intended target there was Smith. Dragged in under there by Powell. Evades a couple of that. Gives it now here to Norton. Good hand pass out. Great tackle applied. Loose footy on the deck. Ali goes in on hands and knees trying to get it out. The Stangs now come out of their back line by hand, and this is a good job now here from Mooroolbark as they race away with the footy. Here comes the kick now in towards the half-forward line, but it is all East Ringwood, and an opportunity squandered now, and looks like Coughlin's got the footy now for East Ringwood. Short pass is on, finds right. He switches it up, centre of the ground. Keedle looking for targets up field, got one on the far side of the ground. And finds Cherney. Cherney's had a few possessions early. Puts it onto the right boot in the Mitch Farmer direction. Bouncing footy going to elude both him and Sean McManus for a boundary throw-in.
I don't think Ben Osborne would be too happy with the return for possession. I reckon they've had about 90% of the play, East Ringwood, in this first quarter for only 1 goal won. I don't think that he'd be happy about that.
So in comes the boundary throw to Monty, now relieving Moncos temporarily. Smith goes looking for the footy, tried to drag it in with one hand. Some close attention there from Bilo of the James variety. And we'll have a ball up just on the edge of the attacking 45 here out at Baronia. Here's the boundary throw in. The ball up. Mundy's ball up. Great tackle from Smith. Take 2 on that. So
he's had a good final series, Austin Smith.
He has indeed. In comes DeMont. He wins that one. Smith did well to get a check side kick off the draw there. Well done. Plate gains are about 20 metres. Comes up now here to Hager. He's met solidly and illegally, says the umpire. Or is it going the other way? No. Looks, yeah, it is. He was pinged, yeah. So Cherney to take the free. Directing traffic there on the far side of the ground. Short kick is an absolute shocker, but it's picked up brilliantly by Keedle. He's high up and under kick now in the direction of Farmer and in the direction of the fans on the other side of the fence. Out of bounds on the full.
Brash, if Mooroolbark go in at quarter time just a goal behind, you'd probably take that because they really haven't. They've only had the one opportunity up forward, and that's it.
Agreed.
So Mackie to take it out here. They've got to get something moving. Dovey was under it, couldn't quite take the mark, but got plays around at the ground level. Here's a chance now through Sutherland. Kicks it long in the direction of Mullet. If he can get there, should be able to beat his opponent. Did well, pushed aside, picked it up well, and will kick it towards goal. Empty goal square, could bounce through. Not quite, it'll bounce straight to the boundary line and not even go out.
No, it's still in play.
Stays in, so East Ringwood try and clear it out. Might not be able to work out too well there because they've got some players. Heath Hocking one there from Mooroolbark was underneath the ball, and probably a good result for the Mustangs instead, and it goes out of bounds.
Actually, that wasn't a bad, good piece of play there by Hocking. He actually took 2 East Ringwood players out of the play to create that stoppage.
And Brash, he's one of those players you mentioned in the pre-game that could really stand up in a grand final, has that AFL experience as the ball is brought back into play. Waitman just kicks it onto the boot, up forward. Here's a chance for Donnell. Stevie Donnell takes on his opponent, gets past one, handballs it off to Trent Farmer, puts it on the boot, kicks not in the direction of Lowson quite well. Got a lot to beat though. Keeling is there first, couldn't quite control it as he runs it out of bounds. Almost 19 minutes gone in this first term. 1-1-7 East Ringwood. Mooroolbark one behind. Paul Yukonian Stats Centre.
Well, they're working hard, the Mooroolbark defence. East Ringwood have had a lot of inside 50s early, 11-2 in East Ringwood's favour.
So Farmer to do the rocking here. V. McManus is taken off the draw. Donnell puts it onto the left, and he's kicked it. Wind the clock back, Stevie Donnell. He is having quite the season indeed, and he gets East Ringwood's first of the afternoon. And so their second, I should say, not trying to sell them short. It's 2-1-13 leading Mooroolbark, 1 behind on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've played 19 minutes.
The class players just know when to be centre and square, and that's exactly where Donnell was, and that's why he got the goal.
Well, he featured prominently in that round 14 clash, 3 goals, and essentially turned the game on its head. And he's in the action early.
They all came in the 1 quarter too.
Yeah, it was that third quarter there. Yeah, so the ex-South Croydon staple gets the first one here for East Ringwood as the ball up comes again as Hickleton into the ruck, now roved here by Below. Evades one tackle, puts it onto the right boot in towards the forward line, looking there for Lowson, and he's got it on the lead, and another foray inside the attacking 50 here for the East Ringwood, and they'll have a second shot and as many kicks here with as we are into time on in this first quarter.
As you can see, Noonan and James Below are going head-to-head this afternoon. And whoever of those two takes the ball out of the midfield is going to be able to set up their forward 50 with their long penetrating kicks.
At 27 goals coming into today's game, already got 1 this afternoon. It's Sam Lowson. He's looking for number 2 with a stutter step. In he comes low. Driving kick is to the right, and just the minor score, and that's the second behind of the afternoon for East Ringwood. 2-2-14, they lead Mooroolbark, 1 behind, time on, 20 and a half minutes played Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Paul Yukoni, Stats Centre.
They've had 4 marks inside 50 East Ringwood, but have only managed the 2 behinds from them.
So Mooroolbark here to clear it out. Short kick, hits his target there, and McManus, James McManus that is, had a bit of trouble transitioning from the back line. Kick is going to be cut off by Waitman, but works out all right, falls out to the back, and they'll kick it down the line. East Ringwood are set up well behind it. Cherney's there, and a free kick given, and it is going East Ringwood's way. Cherney was given the free kick, and that was against Ensoldi.
Yep, you can't go on a front on.
But the kick was poor, Brash. There were 3 East Ringwood players back down there, so they certainly had the options as Cherney will go forward. The kick down the line. Below there with the front position, but was beaten there by his opponent, Wishard. And umpires paid a free kick here going East Ringwood's way. So here's a chance, another one for them. Sam Walsh. Send him inside 50 again. We're going almost 22 minutes in this first term. Walsh puts it right up towards the top of the square. Can you get a mark? Big fly at the back. Mark taken.
Farmer.
Trent Farmer at the back. Strong hands, and they're looking dangerous early, Brash.
But this is a thing that East Ringwood need to do, right? When you've got blokes playing half forward, you've got to look for those key forwards. Lowson and Farmer have already shown that they're capable of taking the grab. Use them while you can.
Well, here we go. Trent Farmer, his first kick was poor. This one
is
much better. Trent Farmer is on the board, and East Ringwood have their third. 3-2-20 to Mooroolbark, 1 behind. We've gone 22.5 minutes in this first term, and they are well and truly on top now.
They've scored 2 goals in time on here, East Ringwood, and all of a sudden that makes their reward for effort a little bit more respectable in this quarter.
So we'll have another restart. Mooroolbark really need one before the quarter time siren to get some kind of momentum. Only had probably 2 or 3 attempts at goal, and only one of them of a quality chance.
Only 2 inside 50 so far from Mooroolbark.
That's right, Paul. Only 2 inside 50s.
So Monkhurst back into the ruck against Mundy after having probably a 5-10 minute spell, thanks to Bailey DeMonte. Fist that one forward there, did Monkhurst, straight into the waiting clutches of Powell, who puts it onto the right boot in towards centre half forward. What a mark! Well, at least I thought he took it there, did Ansaldi. Here's a kick now by Ali around the corner. One-on-one contest, and it's into the behind post and out of bounds. Let's go boundary side.
Just some quick Premier Division scores. Noble Park are up 5-3-33 against South Croydon 3-3-21.
So I'm sure Brett Beston resting up at home, keeping one eye on this game and one eye on the more important game as far as he's concerned. Anyway, here comes the boundary throw, taken right off the draw by Farmer across the body and towards Norton, and can he drag it in?
He's taken the mark, I reckon, Norton.
Have they paid it?
I reckon they have.
Well, that was right on the line, and the umpire, let's see how he signals. Yes, he has. He's paid it.
6 marks inside 50 in the first quarter for East Ringwood.
Gee, there wouldn't have been a bee's diaphragm in that one, would there?
Or in any other appendage. Well, Norton, who was the obviously talked about the late inclusion in this afternoon's game, and he's got the tightest angle. He's going to go the check side, and he's made a mist of it. And that's going to be the 3rd behind of the afternoon. East Ringwood 3-3-21. Lead Mooroolbark 1 behind. 24 minutes played. Paul Yukoni.
I want to speak about the clearance game at the moment. East Ringwood lead in that department 8-5, and tackles East Ringwood lead 9-4.
A couple of worrying signs there for the Mustangs. Certainly hadn't have much ball in their forward half. That kick ended up working out all right. It's a bit of a low darting pass. Jai Jordan with it. Passed it off to Aussie Smith. Couldn't collect it though, and we'll get a ball up in the middle. They've struggled to clear their defensive 50 and get anything going forward, as Paul's mentioned.
That was a very ugly piece of play there by Mooroolbark.
It sort of worked out, but it certainly wasn't the best sort of kick. Punch forward there by Monkhurst. Passed it off there onto the far side, and they've got some runners kicking it down the line. If they can get a mark, it's important. They've got it, plays on immediately, passes it off. And they're caught with the ball, just gets his hands off in time. East Ringwood did really well, and they kick it down to the far wing, and the out of bounds would be a good result for the Roos. Out of pressure. Trent Farmer happy to walk that over the line. Paul Yukoni, Stats Centre.
I want to speak about the clearances that Mooroolbark's had. They've actually had 6 clearances, but most of their clearances early on, Mooroolbark, haven't really been direct and into the inside 50.
That's right. It's probably been their biggest area of concern as Mundy leapt over Monkhurst, but Monkhurst got probably best possession of the ruck. Caught there in the tackle. Waitman looks for an advantage play on.
Yeah, through it.
But it's coming back.
Oh, it's going the other way.
It's going Mooroolbark's way. Yeah. So Aaron Mullett earns himself a free kick. Short kick to Smith. Takes it in the middle of the ground. Going almost 26 minutes in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Not sure how much time's left. The short kick by Smith is mark dropped. Looked like it was an all right kick there to Monkhurst, but he couldn't quite hold it there, Brash.
East Ringwood have got the game right on their terms at the moment. They're not giving Mooroolbark any space, any outside run whatsoever.
And they've looked a bit struggling going forward. Here's a kick. Here's from Noonan. Got it inside 50. Gordon's tackle.
Yeah, high.
And a high free kick. Braden Dobie.
I think Dobie
too far out to the score.
You better dob this in, Dobie.
Doesn't look too confident. It's an important kick. They trail by 20 points. Almost gone 27 minutes in this first quarter. Kicks it long towards the square. Might not fall short. Punch over the back if he can keep it in. Not quite, just a minor score. So Mooroolbark 2 behinds. East Ringwood 3-3-21. Coming up to 27 minutes gone in this first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Cherney to bring the football back in as we approach 27 minutes, and the quarter time siren shouldn't be too far away, I would assume. Cherney runs the footy out, puts it onto the right boot. High clearing kick, plenty of players flying there. One of them was Giorgio. Roving the footy there was Sammy Walsh. Got a grubbering kick, hugging the boundary line. Touched before it went out. Boundary throw in far side of the ground. 19 points the margin in favour of the Roos if you're just tuning in on the SEN app, Radio Eastern 98.1 or on YouTube and Facebook. Monkhurst v Mundy again in the ruck. Give that one to Mundy, who had the front spot, got the tap. Smith doing the roving, gets a hand pass out. Monkhurst did well. Air shot though. Mundy made sure of it the second time. Kick in the direction of Ali there and Kennedy. As Ali did pretty well to evade the first tackle, can't evade the second one. And that's going to go straight back to the umpire and a little bit extra after that. I don't think there was anything too involved. But anyway, to rack things up, East Ringwood 3-3-21 leading Mooroolbark 2 behinds, and East Ringwood firmly in control after this first quarter of footy. Quick wrap of the goal kickers here for East Ringwood: Walsh, Lowson and Steve Donnell with 1 apiece. So as we approach at the end of quarter time here on EFNL Game Day, it's East Ringwood in command. We'll be back with the first intermission right after this.
Lucy's trying on jeans for a
AFL Victoria, with support of leagues and clubs, are committed to keeping our game great, and we're strong in our stance that any form of abuse across football at all levels is not tolerated. Any form of abuse is not welcome on our turf. Make a promise to be the best version of yourself and support the hard-working volunteers, coaches and umpires who make our great game come to life. Real fans respect the game. Make a pledge to keep the passion alive, but remember, any form of abuse is not welcome on
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
And welcome back to EFNL Game Day here, live at the Division 1 Grand Final. It's East Ringwood 3-3-21 leading Mooroolbark 2 behinds. My bad on the correction on the goal kickers. Farmer, Lowson and Donnell are the correct goal kickers. Singles, none obviously for Mooroolbark. Gentlemen, how do we see that first quarter?
Yeah, well, look, it was probably an even 10-15 minutes between both sides as they were feeling each other out. Then all of a sudden, East Ringwood started to tighten up the contest with their tackling pressure, which then created some turnovers. And they were able to bring the ball into their inside 50. They kicked a couple of crucial goals in junk time and were able to seize the contest. At the moment, Mooroolbark cannot get the game on their terms. East Ringwood out-muscling them and outnumbering them around the contest.
Let's cross boundary side.
I've got Brett Lavers down here, coach of the Mustangs. Brett, tough first quarter here in the grand final. What do you reckon you need to shape up around the contest and whatnot?
Yeah, I felt that we got a little bit tight at contest. We didn't maintain width, which then, assisted East Ringwood in getting it out. And I centre clearances they got on top. We just feel like our midfield can be a little bit cleaner with our ball use, whether that be on the ground or when they go to look to give it. That'll give us opportunity to get out. But at the moment, East Ringwood were too good that quarter. We look to rectify a few things this quarter.
It's a grand final, huge pressure. Is it a mindset thing or is it more a skill and structure thing?
I think it's probably both. With a young group, some of them are nervous in regards to that. And there's probably some older heads who are nervous. But I think it's probably, the nerves are out now. This will be more of a game of footy in the second quarter. That's what we're hoping for.
Thanks, Brett. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thanks, Jared.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one, Brash, and you mentioned it well. And I'm looking at Paul's stats here, and the inside 50s, 14-3, Paul. That's pretty one-sided. And when they did go down forward or try to get inside their forward 50, they seem to be just kicking to really nowhere. East Ringwood are well structured down back.
They certainly are. They had 5 intercept marks, and really when they did try and go forward, there was always a man for East Ringwood there. It was a fairly even start to the game, but in the later part of the first quarter, it was really on East Ringwood's terms. They kept kicking it for stoppages, and they just owned the first quarter. So Mooroolbark need to get the first couple goals here, otherwise this game could be over before probably halfway in the second term.
Certainly right, Steve. And I think they just need one really to get their confidence back. And then once you get one, you can sort of keep it going. As we go boundary side to Scott Hardy.
Yeah, just quickly from Ben Osborne, really happy with the tackling pressure. He just wants them to keep their feet, feels it's a little wet underfoot, but has got the run, and he wants them to defend the ground, but really happy with how they've started.
Well, the defence has been really strong. Thanks, Scott. His ball for this second quarter brought back into play up in the middle. Mundy gets a tap out, almost picked up himself, coming in there as the Mooroolbark player. He got a free kick advantage high, going inside forward 50, went through right through the legs of Hager, apologies, as East Ringwood slipping up there was Norris, caught with the ball, and he's pinged. So Mooroolbark, big chance to kick there first. It'll be Paul Hager here. Tough angle.
Experienced footballer though, Hager. He's got to take responsibility here. Well, they need a goal.
You're right. So Paul Hager comes in very quickly on the left boot. Not a bad kick. It's going to fall short. Punched over the line for a minor score.
Boundary.
As we go boundary side to Jared Beanland.
It's worth mentioning that there is a bit of a breeze here. It's swirling around a little bit, but mostly favouring the left of screen. I wouldn't call it a 3-goal breeze, but it's definitely something that Brett Lavers mentioned at the quarter-time break.
So Kane's his long kick in the Beelo direction. Had the front spot, though, that did Giorgio. Coming in over the bottom there was Mackie, and the umpire says, give it back to me. Near side of the ground for a ball up.
The other thing Mooroolbark are really struggling is to hit a target in their forward 50. They're just not being allowed to pinpoint the pass.
So Mundy wins the ruck contest. Beelo, Smith did well to get a loose footy. Gets it onto a right boot. Not sure if it's going to be the required distance, but in underneath it is Cherney, who's had plenty of the footy this afternoon and been one of East Ringwood's best players so far.
He knows how to find the ball, Chris Cherney.
Indeed he does. He puts it onto the right end towards the centre of the ground. Target as Mundy had the front spot. Had 2 bites at it. Guts now here to Waitman. Puts it onto the right boot now in towards centre half forward. 1-1 contest. And a good mark taken there by Farmer under pressure. Farmer plays on quickly, puts it onto the left now. Target there is Lawson deep in the forward pocket. Can he take the mark? No, he can't. Good job there by Keeling. He's tackled pretty quickly there by Lawson, and we'll have a ball up. So one of the pivotal matchups there. Sam Lawson already got one this afternoon. There's the ball up now, about 20 from home in the forward pocket now here for East Ringwood. Monkhorst into the ruck, swatted at it, missed the footy. Grabbed now there by Noonan, goes backwards to go forwards, and it come out across the far side of the ground now here to the Stangs. Mackie now plays on quickly, hugging the boundary line, puts it onto the left. 1v1, Cherney again. Must be his 5th or 6th mark so far this afternoon, and he's deep now on the half-forward line. Cherney looks to go in short now, in towards the lead there, looking there forward. I think it's Farmer, and he's found him. So Cherney to Farmer, they came out straight away, Mooroolbark, but just like Goodfellas, they dragged them straight back in, and Trent Farmer's going to line up here on outside the 50 for potentially goal number 2.
Trent Farmer once again is looking to stamp his imprimatur on this contest very early and put the fear of God into the Mooroolbark back 50.
So Farmer, slight angle, probably about a 30-degree angle now. About 25 out. His kick is dead straight, and he's made it 2 for the afternoon and 4 for the East Ringwood Football Club as they move to 4-3-27. They get the first goal of the second quarter. They lead Mooroolbark 3 straight behind. 3 minutes played here on the Bendigo Max scoreboard.
One thing that Mooroolbark have got to do, they're going to make Chris Cherney more accountable, because he's just taken the ball out of the back line at will. In 2019, Chris Cherney had probably the season as all season. East Ringwood had a shocking year on the field, but his performances out of 18 games, he was the best in East Ringwood 17 times. So don't ever doubt the quality of Chris Cherney.
Absolutely, as Mundy grabs out of the ruck. Noonan with the handball over the top, didn't really go anywhere. Monkhurst picked it up, passed it off. Mackey here on the right side, good hands off to the far winger. He kicks it inboard to Smith, takes the mark. This is much better from Mooroolbark. The kick into the middle of the ground is good to Noonan. Noonan goes inside 50. Mark almost taken, dropped there by Hocking. Ball hits the ground, Mullet grabs it, handball's out. Looking for a play out wide, kick towards the goal square. Got 2-on-1. This could be their best opportunity as the ball is punched almost out of line. Kept into the dangerous spot here. East Ringwood are pretty good at trying to clear it. The kick just out on the full, or did it bounce on the line?
No, bounced on the line.
Bounce on the line, so a boundary throw in. They escape a tough one there.
I'd almost reckon Mooroolbark would have been better off letting that ball go out of bounds and take the stoppage then.
Yeah, they almost did. It almost did look like it was going out of bounds. But still an opportunity. They are inside forward 50. They trail by 24 points, 4 minutes into the second term. Ball brought back into play. Tapped down. Below for East Ringwood just clears it out. And Trent Farmer's underneath. So a good punch there by the Mooroolbark defender. And here's a chance they'll just let that go out of bounds. That was Harrison Keeling. Did very well because Trent Farmer was charging at it. And he's looking good early, Trent.
And you're not going to get that deliberate out of on the full either. So you better stop appealing there, Mr. Lawson.
So ball going to be brought back into play. But East Ringwood just made up that ground so quickly on the transition. In the ruck here, Mundy and Monkhurst. Monkhurst gets his kick forward. Dobie's there if he can get first. He's got to beat Weatherhill. Did well, but Weatherhill picked it up. Almost caught with it there. He picked it up again. Kicks it inside 50. Ali on all by himself. Takes a mark. And he'll pass it off into the direction of Farmer.
That was too easy there by Mooroolbark. Letting Weatherhill just turn out of the pack there.
And that's Hickleton, apologies. So just way too open as well. Both Ali and Hickleton.
They had 60 metres there, East Ringwood, where they were just kicking it to the space to the advantage of their player moving forward.
So they already have 4. This would set them out to a 5-goal lead early in this second term. Hickleton to come on in. The kick is bending back, but not quite enough. So just a minor score. East Ringwood 4-4-28. Mooroolbark 3 minutes. We've gone 6 minutes gone in this second term.
Gee, what a let-off that was.
Yeah. It's all East Ringwood one-way traffic here this afternoon so far. 25 points the margin as we wait for the football to be returned here to Mooroolbark, and they'll bring the footy back in. 6.5 got now here in this second term out at Tormore. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast here on Radio Eastern 98.1 SCN app as that short pass now finds Smith coming out of defence. He goes in short himself. And Mooroolbark will switch the play now down the near side, just hugging the boundary line. Good mark by Trent Giorgio. As players stream forward now here for the Mustangs.
This is where they're breaking down, this kick.
And, well, unfortunately, they didn't do it that time as Roth now hugs the boundary line. His short pass finds a teammate there in Caden Mackey, who's been in the play quite a bit for Mooroolbark, but not much on offer. He goes sort of in long wall. That was a 2-on-1. Ali going back with it, almost intercepted the mark. Diving in over the footy there was Gilby. And we'll have a ball up there, edge of the centre square. And you're quite right, Brash. It was just one kick, the difference in terms of breaking down. Monkhorst v. Mundy again. Monkhorst wins the tap, trying to get it down. Doing the roving there was Waitman. That was Powell. He's dragged around, and we'll have another ball up.
On the turnover, Mooroolbark have turned it over 7 times to East Ringwood's 4. So East Ringwood are doing well with the pressure on Mooroolbark.
Mundy is going to go give the ball back as we go boundary side.
And you can tell that that turnover rate is really affecting Mooroolbark's decision-making. They seem very hesitant when they have the ball.
Smith grabbed that one right off the ruck, kicks a high up and under. Kickers has Mooroolbark looking for the footy players. Now, that might have been high, said the umpire. Yes, it is. It's a free kick now here to the Stangs. And, well, if they can get the ball back, because it's a bit of a wrestling match. We were doing Hulk Hogan impersonations at the quarter-time break. I'm waiting for the leg drop there in that fiddle play, but anyway.
Actually, that probably should have been 25 then.
Yeah.
Because I think he was deliberately trying to wait so that East Ringwood could drop numbers back.
So Bailey DeMonte, 10 goals on the year, and he's going to line up from 50, slight angle. Let's see what he can make of this. Mooroolbark really need one to try and stem this bleeding so far, and it's not going to do it. It's gone right across the face to a pack of players, and it's swatted over the boundary line. Oh, actually over for a behind, just inside the boundary, behind post. That's 4 points for Mooroolbark. They trail 4-4-28 or East Ringwood, 24 points to margin. 8.5 gone here in this second quarter.
Been a little bit better this quarter, Mooroolbark, but haven't been able to add to the scoreboard. It's going to be important to do so as Weatherhill clears it out and they go inside 50 in the direction of Farmer.
Wow.
Big mark. Use his body, well played on. Put it towards goal. How's the bounce? It's going to be too far left. Just a minor score, but geez, he's looking very dangerous early. East Ringwood 4-5-29. Mooroolbark 4 behind, Brash.
The value of the long kick there, 3 possessions and it was nearly a goal.
And they've done it a few times already, so they've been able to transition the ball well, where Mooroolbark it's taken them much longer to get down to their forward 50 as they go in the direction of Mullet. Went over his head, bounces into a teammate though, so they work out all right. The kick into space could be their best option here. Jai Jordan's not going to get it, and happy to let that go out of bounds. We go to Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
They're letting Mooroolbark off the hook here, East Ringwood. They've kicked 4 goals, 5, but they're entering inside 50 at will. They've had 18 inside 50s to 6, and they're taking marks inside 50 at will, 9-1.
So here's Aaron Mullet. Will put it to the hot spot. Mark needs to be taken. Almost did. Ball hits the ground. Tackle there by DeMonte. Passed off. We've got a free kick.
Yeah, Stanks got it. Yep.
So there we go. Big chance. Must kick now. Bailey DeMont.
Already had 4 free kicks this quarter, Mooroolbark to zip.
Well, they've got to start converting them.
Big goalie.
Yeah, absolutely right.
He was the spark in the third quarter that got Mooroolbark on their big roll last week. He's trying that again this week. He's really been trying to lift the side in this quarter.
Well, here he comes. Looking much better than the last one. It's right through the middle. Mooroolbark have hit the scoreboard. 1-4-10, East Ringwood 4-5-29. Margin back to 19 points. We've gone 10 minutes in this second term.
Exactly what the doctor ordered there for Mooroolbark. Ringwood, as Paul has alluded to, have probably let them off the hook here in the opening 10 minutes because they've had all the play once again but haven't put it on the scoreboard.
Steve, it's only 19 points for as much of East Ringwood have dominated. Mooroolbark are still certainly well and truly in this game.
100%, and that's the swing of the pendulum that they needed. DeMonte right into the scoreboard and right into the ruck. It's gone back into the hands now here of Powell. He's going nowhere, and the ball will have another ball up. So halfway through this second term in terms of regulation time anyway. 19 points to the margin. Mooroolbark 1-4-10. East Ringwood 4-5-29. Here comes the restart. Monkhorst was off for a spell earlier. As this one grabbed now here by Mooroolbark, going back the other way, going backwards to go forwards. Do the Stangs. Here comes the kick out wide. Sprayed it there. Looking for it is Keeling. Got to do a pretty good job now to take it here on the run. Excuse me. That's Mackie. Did well to take it under pressure and get a kick away and find a teammate there in Sutherland. Taking a strong marker against his opposition number there in Kane. Oh, that kick was a shocker. Chopped off now here by the man of the moment. Farmer puts it onto the left. Long range kick. Has it got the journey? Oh, it's marked by Lawson. Nonetheless, right inside the goal line. And his apologies to his teammate Farmer because that would have gone through. But taking no chances, and Sam Lawson is going to go back edge of the top of the goal square and slot through the 5th goal of the game now here for East Ringwood. And they move to 5-5-35, leading Mooroolbark 1-4-10. Sammy Lawson's got 2, just like Trent Farmer, and the Ruse, I should say, with an instant reply, Brash.
Yeah, and Trent Farmer is creating massive headaches for Mooroolbark. His mobility in that forward 50, right, is really troubling Mooroolbark. I don't know who I've got a matchup for him.
Boundary.
As we go boundary side.
Yeah, just quickly from ground level, that was one of the best kicks I've seen all day, and Lowson owes him a beer, I'd say.
So Mundy in the ruck, tap out, but Mooroolbark will get the clearance going forward. They need an instant reply. Mark almost taken through Hager. Ball dropped, hit the ground, picking it up there cleanly. Was the Mooroolbark forward who was tackled as we go to Paul Uconi Stat Centre.
I wonder what the record is for marks inside 50, because they've taken 10 marks inside 50 East Ringwood in the game, and they've already taken 4 in this quarter, and we're at the 13-minute mark.
And the umpire's just given a free kick here to East Ringwood. Mundy there, I think a ruck infringement.
First free kick for East Ringwood this quarter.
There you go. Paul Uconi on top of the stats. What he does well is the ball goes to that far side. Mooroolbark in right position. Is able to take the mark, and they'll send it back inside 50. Can they get something going? 2 players have got right position. Big mark! Bailey Dumont standing strong, flew for it, and this is a big chance for Mooroolbark. He's kicked 1. He looks the most dangerous player up forward for him at the moment, Rush.
He is, and the thing is, he's given Hannon Mundy a bit of a run in the ruck as well, because he's prepared to jump, and that sort of nullifies Mundy's influence, but he's hurting him around the ground at the moment.
So he's looking for his second and Mooroolbark's second as they trail by 24 points. Short kick instead, and it's turned over, and taking the mark there was Marcus Kane for East Ringwood. Plays on, and we'll switch it to that far side. Once again, they've got players on. Like almost caught out in the sun there was Trent Farmer. As the ball is punched over the line. It's gone 14 and a half minutes in this second term.
See, those are the things that kill your momentum, really. You know, you work so hard for a free kick, and then a poor disposal, that really sort of hurts.
We'll go to Paul shortly in the Stats Centre, but here's the rucking contest as Mundy got it straight off and put it right towards the half-forward line. Players under it. 2 Mooroolbark players went for it, but they didn't squander it in the end as they get the kick now in towards the centre of the ground. They go by hand. Quick head kick in towards the forward line there. One-on-one contest, but unfortunately East Ringwood had Damon Delaney there back for the Roos, and he takes an uncontested mark, finds Keedle, puts it onto the right boot in towards the centre of the ground. Bilo was the target, but it was intercepted now here by Mooroolbark, and they put it onto the left and go back into where they came from. Here's a 1v1 contest now. Trying to look for it now is Mullet. Can't take it cleanly. In the end, he did well to put a right foot kick in towards the centre of the ground. They can't take it. Can the Stangs, or can they? Still a loose footy. Sutherland goes in there for East Ringwood, spins out of trouble, gets a hand pass out, and that's well done there by the East Ringwood back line. And they get a clearing kick now out towards the direction here of Dobie for the Stangs. Looking at for it now as a good strong tackle applied. Looking in for it there was Hocking, and he squanders the footy. But the Mustangs have it back now. Almost got it high. They did Sutherland. He got tackled again, as the umpire says. Yeah, it was a high tackle.
No, he got legged.
Oh, legged. Excuse me. Sorry. Did have trouble putting the contacts in before I got in the car this morning. But anyway, it's a standard day. So we get a free kick now, far side of the ground. Stangs need to use this one. Here's the kick in towards the forward 50. Goes over the top of the contest. Loose footy. Coming first is Cherney. That gets it now here to Delaney. He puts a left foot kick, hugging the boundary line. Trying to take the mark in there. There was Noonan. Couldn't grab it in. Going backwards to go forwards again are the Stangs. They get a hand pass out now. It's playing the possession game when they need to get it in. Noonan snaps around the body, taken there by Waitman. And he'll go in short and find a teammate there in Steve Donnell.
So Steve Donnell on the far wing. Bit of an X-factor, experienced player, goes down the line, looking for a mark. Farmer's down in the right position. He takes it. He's just been everywhere this first half, making a statement. Kicks it inside 50, and it could be a turnover. Instep mark, standing strong there was Jordan Roth. Taking a really good mark, played on, got the hands off. And on that far side, Keeling goes down the line, and the boundary line actually beat him. Will be out on the full, so East Ring will take the kick. We've almost gone 17 minutes in this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's East Ringwood 5-5-35, Mooroolbark 1-4-10. As East Ringwood look to go forward again through Hinkleton. Picked it up well and showed in the ball and kicked it forward. Here's a chance of Farmer again, positioned himself in the right spot. Waitman's down at ground level. He's tackled as he's caught there by Noonan. And what's the umpire going to say? He's pinged him for holding the ball. So Mooroolbark, they go back and they put themselves into a bit of a dangerous spot. They've got to do well here. The kick is not good. Turned over, marked by Walsh. And you can't kick a gross goal like that without being perfect, and they weren't. So brash Sam Walsh here can really put a dagger in Mooroolbark's first half.
You'd almost think that Mooroolbark were telegraphing that for East Ringwood, wouldn't you?
Oh, it's just very dangerous spot to be chipping it around like that.
Well, the East Ringwood players, 2 of them already knew that was what he was going to do.
So Sam Walsh, East Ringwood with a 25-point lead in this second term to put the margin out to 31 points. It's not going to be there. It's too far to the right. Didn't bend back in time. So East Ringwood 5-6-36. Mooroolbark 1-4-10 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've gone 18 minutes in this second term.
Giorgio to bring the footy back in now here for Mooroolbark as we approach time on. And Mooroolbark, well, they need at least a couple before the end of this second quarter because it's all been one-way traffic, as we've aforementioned. Here's the rucking contest in terms of that contest out of the mark. Dobie has it, shakes one, puts it onto the right boot in towards the centre of the ground, but there is Hickleton for East Ringwood. Applying the tackle there is Smith. And players dive on the footy, and the umpire says, give it to me. Let's go to Paul Yukoni quickly in the stats centre. Or not. We'll go with the next break. Anyway, here we go. DeMonte with the win off the rucking contest, but it's taken away now here by Waitman. He puts it on in towards the direction there of Lowson. Couldn't drag it in. Good tackle applied, but shook it in the end. Did that. The Mustangs player comes out towards the centre of the ground. Uncontested mark now there for Isaac Delaney. Hasn't seen much of the footy so far in this game. Puts it onto the right boot. Ali there. Can he get to it before the boundary line? Not in the opinion of the boundary umpire. Let's go to Paul Yukoni.
I think East Ringwood, with the way they're going, they should be... I said this earlier, they're letting Mooroolbark off the hook. I think they should be 7-8 goals in front at the moment.
They certainly could be. They have controlled the ball for the majority of this first half as the ball brought back into play. Hickleton in the ruck there, tapped it down, and we're going to get another stoppage. Almost coming up to 20 minutes gone in this second term. As we said, there's a 26-point East Ringwood lead. But Mooroolbark well and truly still in this game. If they just get 1 or 2 back before half-time, which will be important as the umpire lets it play on for a bit further. Ozzie Smith tries to break through a tackle, and we'll get another ball up.
They've been better in the tackles this quarter. They only had 6 tackles in the first quarter. They've had 8 in this second term.
So pressure been much better. Tap forward there, not going anywhere. Hard for anyone to break through. The tackle was high around the neck, so it's a Mooroolbark free kick to Braden Dobie as they go forward towards Mullet. Couldn't mark it. It was too short for him. He may get it back here. Instead it's Noonan. He's tackled. Passes it off. And it looks like it'll go out of bounds here.
They can't find any flow here, Mooroolbark. Their run has been brought to a standstill here by East Ringwood, but East Ringwood really aren't capitalising on it either.
Well, look at the difference in the transition from East Ringwood going from their back 50 to Mooroolbark. It's certainly taken a lot more time for Mooroolbark to get it forward, as we'll get another stoppage here on the far wing.
Quick score update from Premier Division preliminary final. South Croydon 73 leading Noble Park 28. Sorry, it's the other way around. Noble Park 73 leading South Croydon 28. Just trying to troll Brett Beston, who's watching on the stream. Anyway, here's a loose footy now grabbed here by the Roos. Here's Waitman, puts it in towards the forward line. Lowson back to them one-handed. Mark of the day there by Sammy Lowson. One-handed in the contest. He'll line up from directly in front, 35, and this really to add insult to injury here for Mooroolbark potentially.
But that's exactly how you play Baronia. You play it straight down the middle, you play to your strengths, you play to your key forwards, and that's exactly what they did then.
So this for potentially Lowson's 3rd goal of the afternoon, and East Ringwood looking for their 6th. This would really extend the lead, and he makes no mistake. Sammy Lowson's got 3 on the afternoon. East Ringwood have 6, and they move to 6-6-42, leading Mooroolbark 1-4-10, 32 points. The margin as we have played 21 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, I don't know what... I'm almost thinking in half-time that Brett Lavers is going to have to throw the magnets in the air here.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they're not going to get back in the contest.
Yeah.
They've got to find a way to get some continuity and get some repeating inside 50s.
Mundy and Monkhurst. Sorry, Paul, just cut you off here. As a free kick is given, looks like it may be going to Ozzie Smith. He has won the free kick. So chance for Mooroolbark here. They trail by 32 points. 22 minutes gone in this second term. Would love a goal here before half-time. Told to play on. Does so, kicks it down the line. Need a mark out the back. And it's all East Ringwood again. Delaney here will just kick it as far as he can towards the boundary line. Heath Hocking tries to keep it in from Mooroolbark, does well, but he's tackled straight away by Donnell and brought over the line. Paul Ucani, Stat Centre.
I've got some numerology. There are a lot of sixes involved. East Ringwood have kicked 6 goals, 6, and the marks inside 50. East Ringwood had 6 marks inside 50 in this first quarter. They've had 6 marks inside 50 in the second quarter.
Beautiful work, Paul, as Monkhurst kick.
Well, I'm a 3 life pass, and I believe 11 and 22, so we'll see if they come into the game.
You're trying to tell me you're an Iron Maiden fan, Paul?
Run for the hills, just in the back of the commentary, in back of the shot there, is it grabbed his Powell, did well. And the kick comes up towards centre wing and grabbed now here by Kennedy for the Mustangs. He gets a hand pass out. We've got a whistle. Through it, said the umpire. Or did it go out of bounds? It looks like it went out of bounds, and we'll have a boundary throw-in.
With the 6s involved, there's also 12s. They've had 12 scoring shots and 12 marks inside 50. East Ringwood.
I'm going to have to get Bruce Dickinson's opinion on that, Brash. Anyway, here's the boundary throw-in. I saw them about 10 years ago. They were fantastic. Anyway.
Mate, I saw them play Hammersmith 80 in 4 3/4 hours, mate. It was like the best show I've ever been to.
Okay, I only saw the 30-minute version at Soundwave, but I'll take it. You've got the wood on me on that one. That's 24 minutes played. We're approaching now. Monkhorst gets the double fist forward. Comes straight back the other way, though, in terms of East Ringwood. Norton dives in on the footy, as among a sea of players. We've got a free kick, I think. Yep, we do, and it's going to the Mustangs. And it looks like Mullet, who hasn't really been in the game at all this afternoon. Here's the kick now in towards the half-forward line. And they move the ball quickly. Here's Hager, puts it onto the left now. Charging target there, looking for it was McManus. That was Dobie. He's bundled out over the boundary line. Kicking towards the half-forward line. Beelo was the flyer, couldn't drag it in. Walsh is in there. Beelo did well on the second effort. Walsh, did the umpire say incorrect disposal or holding the ball, or what have we got here?
But it just so happened there that when the East Ringwood player kicked the ball, they had 5 players.
Oh, and 25. Sorry, Brash. Yeah, McManus has got 25. I don't know what that was for, dissent or over the mark. Well, Mooroolbark have got to capitalise on this. As James McManus now dead on the 50. The breeze is now behind him as he goes in short across the ground. That's a shocker and an absolute waste.
They've done that so many times in this game, Mooroolbark, particularly this quarter.
And Isaac Delaney takes an absolute sit-up and comes down here to Damon Delaney, and the siblings combine to come out of their own end.
So East Ringwood again, their transition has been good. Finds Waitman in the middle of 3 Mooroolbark players, as that's a half-time siren, and East Ringwood will take a handy 32-point lead into the half-time break. They lead 6-6-42 to Mooroolbark 1-4-10. And we'll get the goal kickers.
Yes, East Ringwood, Sammy Lawson with 3, Trent Farmer with 2, Steve Donnell with 1, and Bailey DeMonte has the lone goal for Mooroolbark. Well, it's all East
AFL
Ringwood
Victoria,
here at the moment at
with the support of leagues and clubs, are committed to keeping our game great, and we are strong in our stance that any form of abuse across football at all levels is not tolerated. Any form of abuse is not welcome on our turf. We are encouraging all spectators not to confuse their anger with passion. We're all here for the same reason. For the love of Australia's favourite game. We want supporters, parents and players to make a promise to be the best versions of themselves and to support the hard-working volunteers, coaches and umpires who make our great game come to life every week on local grounds across our great state. Real fans respect the game.
Or did you
Make
run
a
into the
pledge to keep
goalpost
the
again?
passion
For
alive.
bumps,
But
breaks or
remember,
bleeds, be
any
seen
form of
sooner,
abuse
close to
is
home at
not
Knox
welcome
Private
on our
24/7
turf.
Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
And welcome back to EFNL Game Day here, live from wherever you are listening, SEN app, Radio Eastern 98.1, or streaming around the globe on YouTube or Facebook. It is a one-team show at the moment. East Ringwood 6-6-42, leading Mooroolbark 1-4-10 after one half of footy. Quick recap of the goal kickers: Sam Lowson with 3 for East Ringwood, Trent Farmer with 2, and Steve Donnell with 1. Bailey DeMonte with the solo goal for Mooroolbark. Jared Beanland and Scott Hardy have been taking in all the action. Boundary sign, fellas, your take on this?
Yeah, thanks, guys. So it's been an interesting contest. We probably thought Mooroolbark would come into the contest a little bit more in the first quarter, and it sort of didn't play that way out in the second quarter either. And East Ringwood, credit to them, they've just found the footy so much more cleaner. They've got the run and obviously finding the goals quite easily.
Yeah, I think where the big difference is when Mooroolbark actually have the ball. You know, the structure behind the footy for East Ringwood has been top class, and a big part of that has been Cherney. I've noticed that he's been the spare man behind the ball quite a lot. He's read it so well. He's found it, as you guys have called. Went out of it a little bit late in the second quarter, but he's always going to be there, isn't he?
Well, the key matchup we were talking about Keeling versus Lowson as well, but does Mooroolbark have an answer for Trent Farmer at the moment?
No.
Absolutely
that's the reality, and it's let alone that. It's then once if East Ringwood miss, it's trying to get it out of that forward line, and we sort of spoke about that pre-game about how do Mooroolbark or East Ringwood find their footy out of their back, and they haven't really had to sort of do it probably through the regular season because they've been so sort of dominant against other sides, and in finals this is where you need to find it, and East Ringwood are just cleaner. They're just finding that open man. Once they kick it sort of through the wings and just getting on the run, and that lead and the presentation that Farmer is presenting is just huge, and that kick down on ground level, it was just amazing. It robbed from a goal perspective, but he's doing everything.
Yep, and there's been Sean McManus who's been taking Farmer, and it's no shame that he's been struggling because Farmer is that good, but it's just quite telling, I think, of Mooroolbark's back stocks that they just don't quite have the answer there. Trent Georgiou could be a potential option, but I just don't think he has the mobility, unfortunately, and he's been playing an important role against Hickleton and keeping him quiet. So it's sort of much of a muchness as to who you throw onto Farmer, onto Hickleton, etc.
And he also talked about pre-game the first possession off the ruck, and had Mundy dominating both Monkhorst and his later opponent. DeMonte actually, when he came into the ruck, was really good, and he sort of, at least neutralised the Mundy threat. Do you think they're going to do more of that and perhaps put Monkhorst down forward as a target?
They're probably going to have to. We were talking pre-game, and Matt was talking about Monkhorst, whether he's carrying an injury or a niggle, he's just not moving as well as he once was. He's obviously got the size to him, but just that leap with Mundy, he's just really giving East Ringwood that first look at it, and their mids just doing a really exceptional phenomenal job.
And DeMonte down forward, he was the one sort of spark that appeared for Mooroolbark. Jai Jordan's been very quiet. Mullet has had to go into the midfield essentially to help out there. So it's a bit of a conundrum there that Brett Lavers is going to have to figure out.
And they've got to take the chances. Like, you know, that offload that DeMonte had when he got the free kick, it's just at least give it a shot. I understand what he was trying to do, look for the team and stuff, but it was the wrong kick, you know, and in a time where they needed to find scoring on the boards and didn't. So I think they just need to take a little bit more of the chances. They're probably trying to be a little bit too cute up forward. They probably just need to get some dirty footy in and see what happens from there.
Yeah, high to the top of the goal square. Just roll the dice.
Yeah,
exactly. 32 points to margin. You've got to take more chances. But the other game today being the all-important preliminary final between South Croydon and Noble Park. The Bulls 73, the Bulls 73, South Croydon 28. Millie made that same mistake twice. And they've got one hand and four fingers on a date with Roval next week. So we'll keep you posted as that one develops. But a nearly 50-point margin is going to be hard to assail there for the Bulldogs, despite their great run of form recently.
Yeah, disappointing because I picked them. I thought they felt their footy was good enough on the day, but unfortunately it seems to be running out of time.
That is going to be a classic grand final, though. Noble Park versus Roval. I can't wait to see that at Bayswater Reserve. We were there for their game during the home and away season, and it was an absolute belter. Such a good game to go out on for me before my trip.
Well, I'm looking forward just as much to the WhatsApp messages between Brett Beston and Ray Baird during the week. So that's going to be the main event as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, how many rounds does it go for?
Exactly.
Round 5?
Round 14. But also we should remind you folks, tomorrow 1 p.m. we have the Division 2 Grand Final out at Walker Park between Ringwood and South Belgrave. Absolutely tantalising. Ringwood hoping for third time lucky. South Belgrave looking to go up 2 times in 2 years. Well, technically 3 if you count the stoppage for COVID. But quick tip from both of you guys for tomorrow's game.
I had picked South Belgrave already. I just think their footy at the moment is just really good. They've obviously had the break, and you know, I think you have to back the favourite there.
Yeah, I can't go past South Belgrave either. Ringwood have shown some vulnerabilities here and there throughout the season. South Belgrave, I mean, they've been beaten by your blokes Mulgrave a couple of times, so anything can happen on the right day. But Ringwood, they have slipped up occasionally against teams like East Burwood and South Belgrave.
I wonder whether they've run Ryan Webster and just said, "Hey, how did you do it?"
Yeah, you know what? Come down to Walker Park, see what you can do.
Give us a hand.
And don't forget also Wednesday night, Chandler Medal. So I'm not invited this year. I'm really disappointed in the free meal, but no, there'll be plenty of contenders in that mix.
Oh no, sorry. Just letting you know if you're behind the scenes there.
Indeed, and sending it behind the scenes, Bruce Prest. I think it's time to take a break here, mates, on the EFNL Game Day halftime show. We'll be back with the start of the third quarter of play out here at Tormore right after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, the preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
And welcome back to EFNL Game Day. Thanks to the lads on the halftime show. And back down on the boundary line, it is 6-6-42. East Ringwood leading Mooroolbark 1-4-10. Both sides are back out onto the ground and we're waiting for the fans to get off said ground. Gents, as we were talking about during the break, where's it coming from Mooroolbark as far as we're concerned?
Well,
if they're going to get back in this game.
Well, I think it's like anything. You're going to throw all your best players around the ball now, Whitey.
Yep.
Throw the magnets up. Get your best players. Get Mullet, Noonan, Monkhorst, all those players. You've got to get Giorgio up into the contest as well. They've got to fire on all cylinders here, Mooroolbark, because if East Ringwood get the opening 2 goals, good heaven, the game could really open up in their favour.
Yep. Just take the game on a bit. We saw last night in the AFL where it certainly turned after half time, and all it takes is 1 or 2 goals. So if Mooroolbark can get one quickly and then follow up with another one, suddenly it's only 20 points and you're back in the game. But they've got to put it on the scoreboard. So it doesn't matter if they dominate for 10 minutes.
But that was on the back of some real hard tackling. That was on the back of tackling pressure, and that's what Mooroolbark are going to have to do.
So here we go for the second half of the Division 1 Grand Final. In the ruck, Mundy grabbed it out, got his kick forward. Waitman might be able to run onto it. Instead, it'll be Ali who gets his hands first to the ball. Couldn't pick it up, though. Goes backwards. Caught in a tackle. Monkhorst lays a big tackle in the middle of the ground. We'll get a ball up. So the pressure, as Brash mentioned, will be key as they look to get themselves back in the game. They trail by 32 points, as we've mentioned. Going in, getting it there was Noonan. Put the ball on the boot, sending it forward. Back there was Weatherhill's. Caught with the ball. Just dropped it. Nothing played. That's smothered there. Here's a chance now through Wichard. Kicks it up to a one-on-one. Mark taken. Has there been a free kick play? It's Mark anyway. No. And it's going East Ringwood's way. And they look to clear out through Cherney, who's been everywhere in this first half. Down towards Mundy, big fly from behind, didn't quite make it. Getting and picking up there is Keedle, kicked it along the ground towards the boundary line and keeping it in almost there. Hickleton did, gets it back to Keedle. They'll go inside 50, hand passes over the top. He'll get it back again, Keedle, again over the top. Well, can they finish it off? Their hard work. Lowson to Ali, into the goal serve, running goal. Couldn't quite put it through. No.
He's missed a lot.
He's missed everything, so out of bounds on the floor and a let off from Mooroolbark.
Gee, if they had kicked that goal...
That would have been game on just about.
Yeah.
Well, how about the momentum? That's key. So if they can just somehow wrangle that back, they might be a chance.
There's Caden Mackey to bring the footy back in. That was Cherney to Ali in about 5 possessions there from the East Ringwood Footy Club as Mackey now runs down the far side, puts it onto the left boot. Contest now ensuing, trying to drag that in, almost dragged to ground, picked up now here by Norris, but we got a free kick now that was over the shoulder. I think it's going to be Weatherall to take it. It was a short, sharp kick in towards the forward line, and guess who it is? Trent Farmer, and he's taken a mark on about a 30-degree angle, and he'll line up.
They might have had that piece of play might have gone out on the full, but it would have sent alarm bells ringing right through that Mooroolbark coaching bench then, because that is a major worry for mine.
And speaking of worries, Mooroolbark will have plenty more of them. Trent Farmer already with 2 today, looking for goal number 3. And in he comes. Onto the left it goes. It's a low flat kick and it's an errant kick. He's missed a lot as well. So Mooroolbark let off the hook. 2 straight kicking attempts there from the East Ringwood Footy Club. Out of bounds on the full, and you would have expected them to kick at least one of them. They didn't get either of them. Anyway, Mooroolbark with a chance now to muster something. Here's the kick out wide, finds Giorgio inside the forward pocket now here for Mooroolbark. He goes in short too. Finds a teammate now here in Jaden Weikart. He's got to get his team moving. There's options pretty much all covered up on the centre wing side of the ground. So he just puts a high up and under end 2 of the contest. Sitting up there is Hickleton. Is a spoiled, grabbed off the grab by Gilby. He gets a hand pass out now into his teammate there in Jai Jordan, and his kick is intercepted by Dylan Bilo. And, well, that's a momentum cancelled out. East Ringwood desperately needs some kind of momentum going into this third term. Here's the short kick, finds here Weatherall. He goes in towards the centre of the ground. Ali, dead centre of the footy park now here. Plays on quickly, puts it onto the right boot. Now towards the half-forward flank target. There is Donnell. It might evade him. Yes, it does. Oh, no, he did a pretty good job there to keep it straight inside the boundary line and put a kick in towards the forward line. Looking for it there is Lawson. Got dispossessed, not to the umpire. Keeling now took a long time to get rid of it, and he threw it.
Oh, no, he's giving it the sling tackle.
Sling. Well, to be honest, he had about 5 seconds to get rid of the footy there, and I thought the free kick was going to go the other way, but Mooroolbark again let off the hook inside their own forward 50. It's a defending 50.
But that was always the umpire's intention, and that was his first instinct. That was how he was going to pay that tackle.
There's an area of the game they've really struggled at, trying to clear it out and make it back into their forward 50. Their transition of the ball hasn't been brilliant. Kicking it towards Monkhurst. He's beaten again by Mundy, who did really well. Hand passed it forward to a teammate, brought into a tackle, and the umpire will call for a ball up.
East Ringwood, what's the most common denominator around the football? Numbers. That's all they've had, numbers all afternoon.
And behind the ball too is the kick forward there by Mooroolbark, I think by Noonan, is turned over. And once again, East Ringwood have just set up so well behind the ball defensively. And it's just really been a nightmare for Mooroolbark as the kick down the line. They seem to be probably a goal away from breaking this game wide open. There's a tackle here on the boundary line, nothing paid. And he might be calling it this time, holding the ball. So a free kick here towards Mooroolbark. And Ali just taking his time to get his numbers back. Paul Duconi in the Stats Centre.
East Ringwood have had 15 intercept marks already at the 5-minute mark of the third term.
Oh, so smothered again, and they might be able to re-enter the forward 50. Pushing forward here, here's Bilo. Gets past one, puts a ball on the boot towards Farmer. Went over the back. Who's there? Standing under his louse. He's just been able to almost the ball. Trying to keep it in. It's still in play. Kick off the ground by Farmer.
Wow.
Desperate last line of defence. And it's hit the post, so just a minor score. Once again, left off the hook. 6-7-43. Mooroolbark 1-4-10. We've gone 6 minutes in this third quarter.
That was Keeling with the goal line save there. Took it in the breadbasket after Farmer went off the ground. And here he is with the footy on the far side. And he's still a little ginger, but could prove to be a pivotal play, but they got their work cut out for them. 33 if you want numerology there, Paul Yaconi. Here's the kick now up towards the contest. It's dragged down. Good tackle applied. As Dylan Bilo is going to get pinged, or will he? No, he won't. It'll be a boundary throw-in. The master builder number 33. Anyway, number 22 into the ruck contest. And here comes the boundary throw. Monkhurst into Mundy. He gets absolutely punished there off the bug. Monkhurst is going to get, I thought he was going to be the recipient of the free kick. Here's Mundy's kick. It's a bit of a Barry Crocker, just hugging the boundary line, and Giorgio just fists it over. So the Mooroolbark back six really all out of sorts at the moment. And they should have been put to the sword at least once or twice in those forays forward as far as the East Ringwood Footy Club are concerned, but still plenty of footy lists. 7 minutes played in this third term. Mundy with the front spot. Trying to grab that in there was Waitman. Waitman is tackled, dispossessed, looking for a loose footy there as Ansaldi. He did well to get a left foot kick out towards the centre of the ground. Dylan Bilo just pokes it forward, evades a pack of players. There are plenty of Mooroolbark players, though, that they can't get a clean touch. Diving in for it now, there was McManus of the James variety, and Bilo of the Dylan variety beats him to the footy, and we'll have a ball up centre of the ground.
Just when they look like they're going to get some clean air, Mooroolbark, once again, East Ringwood just clog it up.
Certainly right, Brash. You talked about their numbers around the contest. Trying to kick it out of there was Monkhurst. Then Mundy did the same. Both missed it. As the ball passed out, Waitman tackled, and another ball up in the middle of the ground. And 7 minutes gone in this third quarter. No goal for either side, and East Ringwood will be more than happy with that. They have a handy lead, so time running off the clock doesn't hurt them. Passed out to Mullet. Probably needs to have a big impact this second half if they come back in. The kick's all right. It works out to the advantage of his teammate, who takes a bounce. He's going to be caught from behind, holding the ball. And Trini will take possession. He'll use the advantage, kicking it down the line. Monkhurst is there. Ali makes a contest, but he's given away a free kick. And just too slow in the end. They had a chance, but they still do take possession of the ball. Monkhurst's kick is smothered by Farmer. Donnell passes it back to Farmer. He'll just send it long to a one-on-one or go all the way. Yes, it does. Trent Farmer take a bow. Trent Farmer has 3, and East Ringwood, they almost look home. 7:49 to Mooroolbark, 1-4-10. 8.5 minutes gone in this third quarter.
That was just so nonchalant, wasn't it? At that play, it almost went slow-mo.
The transitions have been effortless for East Ringwood, particularly in this first 5-10 minutes. And there again, let's cross boundary side.
Yeah, from down ground level, you can really tell East Ringwood got the pace. They're running well on top of the ground. Mooroolbark struggling.
Monkhurst wins the contest. Cherney, though, kicks it right back towards the half-forward line. Spoil from behind. Ali can't take the mark as we get a strong tackle there from Lockie Sutherland, and we'll have a ball up.
Brasher could easily start to blow out if Mooroolbark fall behind in these centre clearances and winning these key balls.
So then comes the rucking contest again, and we're going to have another ball up as a 3-man scrum. There's Heath Hocking in amongst it.
When we watch games of football, we expect one side to take advantage with a 10-15 minute period, and it looks like East Ringwood are just doing that now.
And they've just done it again, straight off the draw, straight off the rucking contest. East Ringwood have scored another one, and well, this is they're running away with it now here in this third quarter. As East Ringwood 8-7-55 lead Mooroolbark 1-4-10. I didn't see who actually got that one straight off the ruck.
Was that Marcus Kane?
Marcus Kane. Thanks very much, Scotty. And well, East Ringwood, it's now nearly 8 goals required of Mooroolbark in 2 quarters.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing. You're looking at a side that all of a sudden the moment of reality is hit here for Mooroolbark.
Well, they're just going through the motions again, going forward, punched forward into the direction of Ali. Lowson's there, so it's Farmer. Caught around the neck. He'll get himself a free kick. Will Trent Farmer. He's looking for goal number 4. And they have the floodgates open. They lead by 45 points, 10 minutes into the third quarter.
This is their 5th inside 50 this quarter for East Ringwood, but they've kicked 2 goals from it. So they're finally taking advantage of their inside 50s.
What a pickup. We talked about this all off-season. Both the Farmer boys coming over from Ringwood. Trent Farmer, he would deserve a premiership. He's been fantastic, a fantastic player. He's already got 3. Looking for goal number 4 off the boot. Not too bad. Yes. Trent Farmer has another. He's got 4, and East Ringwood are on their way to a premiership. 9-7-61, Mooroolbark 1-4-10.
And it's a shame that we are actually calling it that early, Brian, because... You know, 51 points, and we're not even 10. We're just over 10 minutes into the third quarter. I didn't think that the game. I thought Mooroolbark would be more in this contest, but East Ringwood have just taken the game away from them from the word go. They have just not given them any look in whatsoever.
Trent Farmer is surely in the best on-ground considerations right now, with clear nose in front. Here's the restart, and we've got a free kick going away of the Mustangs. They basically have to kick 3 or 4 unanswered to give them any kind of momentum, and it's a very tall order. Here's Mullet, who has been held goalless so far. His kick in towards the forward line. It's all East Ringwood with about 5 players, that's correct, Brash, in front of the ball. And we've got a free kick going the way now here of Bilo. It's James Bilo. And he decides to play on quickly, puts it out to the right, a high thriving kick in towards the Farmer direction. He couldn't win it. Keetle might win it on the bounce, but it's one there. Well, good job there by Keeling to get the handball over the top to his teammate Giorgio. He puts it up in towards the half-forward line, and it's escorted out over the boundary line there by Isaac Delaney. Will have a boundary throw in.
When you don't have a key forward,
No.
that's why you're kicking it to the boundary line.
Yep. Seems to be a territorial battle, but the territory in terms of where the ball's been has been in the East Ringwood forward line for about, I'd say, 75-80% of this contest. In comes the boundary throw now. Mundy v. Dumonte. Gould. It's a high tackle, not seen. Bilo now trying to pile his way through the pack. Waitman can't shake the tackle. Does so in the end. Gets a kick away. It's a contest there. Touched off the boot. Play continues. Running into trouble there was Heath Hocking, and numbers again. East Ringwood 3v1, and we'll have another ball up. Edge of the centre square. Pretty much dead far side of the ground. In it comes again. Mundy wins the rucking contest. Tried to rove it as well. We've got a free kick according to the umpire. No, he's going to have it straight back. Pretty quick whistle. And we'll have yet another ball up. So if we approach 13 minutes played, Mundy did that one uncontested. DeMonte then took it though. Got a little check side kick straight into the path of Hager. Puts it on the right boot and out of bounds and on the fall. That sums up Mooroolbark's attacking side of the game.
Well, yeah, it's hard to believe, isn't it? Only 10 points, only the one goal, and we're at 13 and a half minutes in the third quarter of a grand final.
So here we go. They're taking another mark on the far side. James Bilo, another one of their impressive midfielders who's had a fantastic season. He'll go long, looking for a target in Farmer. The dangerous man down there has 4. East Ringwood 9-7-61, Mooroolbark 1-4-10. As Paul mentioned, 13 minutes gone in this third term of the Premiership quarter, the Division 1 Grand Final. It is all East Ringwood. Mooroolbark haven't sort of faced this sort of scenario for a long time. Their losses this year, they've all been close. In that Mitcham final, they were pretty much even at three-quarter time before the Tigers got away. They just have not looked like it today. As the ball brought back into play, Mundy, first position, tapped it forward. Chance here from Mooroolbark through Hager. Nothing going anywhere, though. There's a ball brought in for another ball up.
I know one man that from East Ringwood that'd be really enjoying this would be Les Ferguson. He'd be enjoying this contest this afternoon.
So Mundy's tap doesn't go as far as Noonan, but he's brought down in the tackle, and that's going to be holding the ball every day of the week.
That is a great tackle.
James Bealo wants to play on immediately and send it inside 50 into the Farmer direction. Try stop him. Trent Farmer has 4, and you know there's only one thing he's thinking about now, and that's a goal. He's not passing this off.
I can tell you one thing, the sting's gone right out of the crowd, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we've got a lot of Mooroolbark faithful right in front of us, so been a bit quiet this term. As Trent Farmer been anything but quiet. Has 4 majors for the afternoon. Big time player. Comes in looking for goal number 5. Not going to make the distance. Oh, he flies on the back! Mark not taken. Hocking will look to just rush it. He certainly got up.
And Hickleton as well at the back there. They were lining up there on the elevator, on the stairs there. 15:25 played here in this third term, and it's an absolute massacre of sorts. 52 points the margin in favour of the East Ringwood Footy Club. Here's Mullet now, far side of the ground. He goes in short. And, well, Mooroolbark really, their time is going to be there anyway to mount one of the comebacks of all time as James McManus goes in towards Kane Noonan. Very, very tall order at this point.
You've ever heard of the thing called pigs can fly?
Maybe it just reminds me of that Simpsons episode with Mr. Burns. Anyway, they come out of the back line, do the Mustangs. Now here's the kick now, the rubbering kick, trying to find Hawking, goes off the deck. East Ringwood again with numbers around the footy. They lock this one up on the edge of the centre square, and that sachet forward there from Mooroolbark ends fruitless. And we have a ball up now, in to do the rucking. Here is Kane. Well, that's actually Mundy ended up doing it in the end. DeMonte now is opposing Ruckman. Gets a hand pass out now here to Mullet. Held goalless this afternoon. His short stabbing kick finds a teammate. And Mooroolbark, well, they really need to move this quickly. Dobie now goes by hand back to Mullet. He kicks it in towards the forward line. And I think the mark has been taken there by Jai Jordan, by Paul Hager, excuse me. And in hugging the boundary line, Paul Hager, well, goal or bust, basically. I mean, bust is already the key word, but Hager has to put this through.
Well, They haven't got a key forward this afternoon, so you may as well have the shot.
Yep. So Hager, 16 on the year so far for Paul Hager. Runs in. His kick is going to fall well short of everything, and it's going to end up just rushed over the line for a minor score. And, well, that sums up Mooroolbark's afternoon. And they just add 1 point to their goal total, 1-5-11, trailing East Ringwood 9-8-62. We played 17 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
That was Chris Journey rushing it over the line, who's had a big afternoon. Quite a few intercept marks, Brash.
Yeah.
Experience.
He's had a wonderful afternoon because no one's played on him.
You're right. He's been able to run threes. His kick might just work out. Went into space, picking it up cleanly there.
Good tackle.
Good tackle there.
That should have been a free kick.
Which hard as Mackie tries to kick it forward, turned over, and now through Below they'll go towards the wing, running onto it here.
Guess who? Guess who?
Palmer, apologies, who is happy to let that run out. Don't think it matters when you're 51 points up. But
was it Scotty Hardy that picked
Farmer for BOG?
No, that was me. I'm claiming that.
You're claiming that.
I don't know if Scotty did as well, but
it's wind the tape back, fellas.
Definitely mine. My man Trent was the.
Hey, at least you didn't pick. At least you didn't pick Mooroolbark by 2 goals.
Stranger things have happened. Monday, the ruck free kick towards him.
Boundary.
Go boundary side with Scott.
No, unfortunately, it wasn't me who picked Farmer. I was going to say it was, but no, I had Below.
As the ball's sent back inside 50, Farmer's there again, punched away, falls to the ground. Here's a chance of Keeling. He's tackled by 2 East Ringwood players. We'll get a ball up inside 50. Sting gone out of this game. They lead by 51 points, East Ringwood. They've kept Mooroolbark to just the 1 goal. It's Farmer in the ruck. Sort of just goes nowhere. Picking it up cleanly with Demont. Handball over top. Smith will get it. He's got to play it out in Gilby. And a handball chain towards the boundary line. They try and just keep it in. Just got to take the game on as they do here. Mullet did well and they go long. Here's a chance now for Simons if he can run onto it. Mark not taken, and East Ringwood have got some numbers around the ball. They should be able to clear up. Norris is tackled though, brought to the ground. And a good result there for Mooroolbark. Well done, Simons. We'll get a ball up just on the 45-metre line for Mooroolbark.
But they still had 3 numbers at the contest, East Ringwood.
Yeah, it's just been the tale of the day. As Demont comes up in the ruck, taps it forward. They just love a goal just to have something going for them, right for them. Been a long time since they've hit the scoreboard in terms of the majors. It's ball thrown up. Here's Waitman. Handballs it backwards. Cherney might be able to run into it. Instead, picked up by Mooroolbark. Off the back here to Soldi towards goal. And on the last line of defence, Below takes it. And East Ringwood are out.
So here come the Roos down the far side of the ground. Taking a bounce there is Walsh. He takes one, puts it onto the right boot. Ali, the target, going back with the fly to the footy. Just going to fall in front of him. Shakes one tackle there from his opposing number. Well, he almost got wrapped up there by Roth. Gets a hand pass out now here to Donnell. Thought about the hand pass. Puts a kick onto the right boot in the direction of Lawson. Takes the mark, or does he, just inside the boundary line? He does. And he's going to fancy himself. Why not? He's already got 3 this afternoon. Right on the boundary line, 45 out for potentially Ringwood's 10th.
Anything with watching Sahat Ali, it's almost like he's already thinking about the disposal before he's actually taken the mark or, made the contest.
So here's Lawson, check side effort. Oh, easy as you like. He's put it through. Sammy Lawson has got his 4th of the afternoon, and that's 10th of the game for the East Ringwood Footy Club. 10-8-68. Mooroolbark 1-5-11. We're into time on here in this 3rd term.
I don't know what you can say about that. It's just pure class, really. There's no, only special players can kick special goals like that.
Look at that forward line. Trent Farmer, Lawson, they combined for 8 goals.
You kicked a few of those back in your day, though, didn't you, Brash?
In me dreams.
I did on AFL 20 or 22 or whatever it was.
we're all back in the middle. We'll get to Brash's thoughts on his goal kicking in a second. Free kick here to a 6-6-6 rule to East Ringwood, so Hickleton in the middle. We'll just send it long inside 50. You might as well. They've got the targets up there. Lawson's one of them. He takes it. First to the ball, leading up. Just go back and kick it. He's got 4. He's been a standout.
This is. We're looking at something. We could be looking at something pretty ugly happening here.
Well, the floodgates have started
to opened.
Yep.
How many did they kick this quarter, Brash?
They have kicked 4, and they're heading for their 5th.
So here we go. Sam Lowson has 4, looking for goal number 5. Comes on in. Kick off the boot is not too bad, but it's too much to the right. So just a minor score, 10-9-69 East Ringwood. Mooroolbark 1-5-11. We've gone 22 minutes in this third term.
So as we are well into time on here, bringing the footy back out now, here is Giorgio. Had a pretty long day at the back. And his kick goes to Sean McManus. He plays on quickly. And it's Ozzie Smith, who had a pretty decent first quarter, get a disposal out. Going to run onto the footy again. He's shepherded out of the contest. Donnell gets a loose footy. Goes by hand. Here's a short stabbing pass. I'm not sure if that was the required distance, but they go out by hand again. Here's Donnell's kick in towards the forward line again. At the back. And is that Farmer again? Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Trent Farmer has taken yet another mark. I'm convinced he's now making up for his brother's absent possessions, not in the lineup this afternoon. But he is everywhere, and he is again lining up for another goal, potentially his 5th.
I reckon who's ever got... don't worry about voting who's the best player on the ground. Let's just give it to him.
Earliest announcement of the bog at three-quarter time. We're going to have us. Anyway, here comes Farmer, puts it onto the left. And yet again, Trent Farmer finds the big sticks, and it is 11-9-75. East Ringwood leading Mooroolbark 1-5-11. Trent Farmer has 5.
3 goals for the quarter for Trent Farmer.
Yeah.
I just love his confidence. The way he's playing with a lot of confidence. He's going for those marks. Early on, you could see it. And it's just really built into a really strong, impressive game, Brash.
Like I said to you in pre-match, we've seen Trent Farmer play great finals matches for Ringwood. He's taken his game to another level this afternoon.
You're right, this might top it. This ball brought back into the middle. Mundy and Monkhurst. Mullet gets it out and will clear it for Mooroolbark. Can they get one back themselves just for a little consolation prize? Ball on that far side. Coof holding the ball. Dobie will take it and play on immediately. Sending it long towards the goal square. Might bounce through itself. No, it's too far to the right. And out of bounds, but a boundary throw in, so there's still a chance. We've gone 24 minutes in this third term. It's East Ringwood by a very hefty 66-point margin, or 64-point margin, apologies. The ball brought back into play. Jordan in the ruck takes it out. His kick was smothered, and on that last line of defence, again, an East Ringwood player has just been there all day. And then just a long kick towards the boundary line is kept in, and it is out of bounds. So a boundary throw on that far side.
So I would love to see the tackle stats after this grand final for East Ringwood. I reckon it'd be enormous. I reckon we probably go close to 60, 70 tackles, I reckon.
Sure, Paul will be on top of that. He's been taking some impressive stats so far all afternoon as Mooroolbark have another chance. Inside 50 they go. They've struggled to take marks inside 50. And that one, just the same result. Another boundary throw-in. Oh, free kick here actually going East Ringwood's way. So I believe that might have been out in the full. But the sting has gone from this game completely. 64-point margin.
And there's still 25 minutes of play to go.
Hard to believe there would be this big of a margin coming into this game. Both sides have had incredible seasons. Mooroolbark, let's not forget, they were really the benchmark side for 14 rounds. And despite a bit of a form drop-off in the second half of the season, they're still a very impressive outfit with a lot of talented players. But unfortunately for them today, just haven't had the impact they usually do. Mundy in the ruck has just been a warrior for the Roos as the ball kicked forward from Mooroolbark. Taking it there was Delaney, passed it off. The kick through Powell. Won't matter because it'll come back. So a free kick in the middle here for Damon Delaney.
So one half of the Delaney contingent has the footy. Here for East Ringwood, goes in short, finds Weatherall. Been pretty prolific so far. His kick is a high one. It went higher than it did further. Picked up now here by Mooroolbark, by Gilby. His progress was impeded. Back now here to Mullet. Swings around, tries to put a grubber and kick now in towards his teammate's direction. And here they come. Got to be quick. Well, made an absolute meal of it. And swooping on a loose footy now here is Mundy for East Ringwood. Pumps it forward now with numbers, but it's not going to matter because there is the three-quarter time siren, and East Ringwood are at least 25 minutes away from a Division 1 premiership. barring the mother of all comebacks from the Mustangs. It's East Ringwood 11-9-75, Mooroolbark 1-5-11. Quick wrap of the goal kickers. 1 goal to Mooroolbark, Bailey DeMonte. And for East Ringwood, Trent Farmer has 5, Sam Lowson has 4, Marcus Kane has 1, and Steve Donnell has 1. We will be back with the intermission report right after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
AFL
Sprained your
Victoria,
ankle,
with support
bursting
of
through the
leagues and
banner,
clubs, are
broke a
committed to
finger,
keeping our
high-fiving the
game
ruckman,
great,
or
and
did you
we're
run into the
strong in our
goalpost
stance that
again? For
any form
bumps,
of
breaks
abuse
or
across
bleeds, be
football
seen
at all
sooner,
levels is
close
not
to home at
tolerated.
Knox
Any
Private
form of abuse
24/7
is not
Emergency
welcome
Department,
on our
the preferred
turf.
provider of
Make a
emergency
promise
care
to
in
be
the
the
Eastern
best version
Football
of
Netball
yourself
League.
and
You'll
support
generally
the hard-working
experience shorter wait
volunteers,
times.
coaches and
You don't need
umpires who
private
make
help, but
our
there
great
is an
game come
out-of-pocket
to
fee.
life.
Be
Real
seen
fans
sooner,
respect
close
the
to home
game.
at Knox
Make a
Private
pledge to
24/7
keep the
Emergency
passion alive,
Department,
but
262
remember,
Mountain
any
Highway,
form of abuse
Wanturna.
is
At
not
Yarra
welcome
Valley
on
Water,
our
we know
turf.
reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
And welcome back here to EFNL Game Day at Tormore Reserve. Well, I can't find any other words to describe it other than a bloodbath here early in the start of this fourth quarter. East Ringwood 11-9-75, leading Mooroolbark 1-5-11.
Boundary.
As we cross boundary side now.
Yeah, I've got Ben Osborne. Ben, what a game so far. You're 64 points up leading into the last quarter of a grand final. What's pleased you the most about your boys this game?
The pressure that we've put on Mooroolbark has just been outstanding. It's exactly the way we thought we'd play. But to play for 3 quarters consistently and turning the footy over in our front half all the time, not giving them any time and space to run and carry like they love to. So just couldn't be prouder of the way they're playing at the moment.
And what was your message leading into this last quarter to the boys?
I think we've got 10 minutes of really hard work like we've done in the last 3 quarters. And then if the time is right, then enjoy the hell out of it.
Thanks, Ben. Enjoy the last quarter. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Scotty. And
I reckon he was being generous there. 10 minutes of hard work. They've just done 75 minutes of hard work and they're 50 points in front, 60 points in front.
I'd be taking Smoko now if I was them, but I think you can get away with it. But let's go down to Jared Beanland.
Yeah, it was just at the Mooroolbark huddle. Brett Lavers
He was very astute. He was feeling the pain of the players. He was feeling the moment, and he just wanted them to continue to play their brand of footy, continue to play the Mustang style, run and carry, keep up the pressure, and come off the ground with their heads held high. There's not much more that they can do other than play with pride.
Yeah, thanks, Jared. Yeah, look, I agree. I just think they hope they make it respectable here in this last quarter. Get a few goals. Yeah. Let's just. We don't want to see where we're sticking the boot in. It is a massive disparity, but let's hope they can make it a lot better than what they've been playing in the first three quarters.
You're right, Stephen, because they're a fantastic side. And I know today's performance doesn't resemble that, but they are a really good outfit that usually can put a heavy score on the board. So unfortunately, just hasn't. It's been one of those days. It just hasn't worked for him, and it's credit to East Ringwood because you look at their lineup and there are stars on each line, and they've all played well. Like I don't think you look at that side right now. You could name anyone on the list, and you can list out the positives. I think Paul's been looking into the history books here with the stats. What have you got, Paul?
Yes, I've been looking at local footy stats the last few minutes, and right now the lowest score in a Division 1 Grand Final was 3 goals 10, and the EFNL record, so the Division 1 record was in 2015. The EFNL record, it wasn't known as the EFNL then, but it was back in 1967, 2 goals 4-16, and that's actually held by Mooroolbark.
So maybe not to Shirley Bassey says a little bit of history repeating, but hopefully not as far as Mooroolbark are concerned. They don't want that record two straight times.
Well, it's certainly not hey big spender.
Well, maybe it will be in the off season. Here's Aussie Smith now, gets a hand pass out now to a teammate. Bundled over, good strong tackle there from Janelle, and he's feeling that one. He's only on one leg, and will he be able to take the kick? Well, still rocking it at 38 years old. He goes out now here to Bilo now. Shakes one tackle, kicks it on to the right, puts it in towards the forward line, and taking the mark is Lowson. It's the Lowson and Farmer show inside that area of the ground, and one half of that duo has the footy now.
Well, Brush, there you go. 4 goal scorers, and they've kicked 11 goals.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's hard enough holding one forward, but it's near impossible trying to hold 2.
Yep. So Lowson already has 4 this afternoon. He lines up from hugging the boundary line about 35 out. This for potentially East Ringwood's 12. Here's the kick. It's a great one. Has it got the accuracy? No, it doesn't. It's missed absolutely everything. And that's before missed. They can easily afford this cross-boundary side.
I just want to go back to what Paul was saying about the history books. Brett definitely made mention of that in his three-quarter time address. You know, this he said that this record's going to go down forever and a day, and that they don't want to go out with that low record of having 1 goal in a grand final.
So for their sake, hopefully that doesn't happen. As Delaney hand passes it back, and they'll retreat before going back inside 50. Out the back there, Farmer. Instead, it's Lowson though who takes it. You had both of them right there in the corner, in the pocket to pick your choice.
They've been taking marks inside 50 at will today, East Ringwood. That's their 19th mark inside 50 for the game.
Incredible. It's hard to stop when it's both of them that are performing so well. Not just one player down there. There's Lowson coming in this time again, looking for goal number 5. Farmer already has 5. Can he match him? Lowson on the boundary line. That's just to the left, so a minor score, 11-10-76, Mooroolbark 1-5-11. 2 minutes gone in this last quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So, Mooroolbark, at least trying to get a couple here late in this fourth term. And they move the footy out now. Not much on offer upfield, so just a high penetrated kick in towards the centre square. And taking an uncontested mark there is Troy Wright for the Roos. And he's just going to send it right back in to where it came from. High probing kick in towards the forward line. Plenty of players under it, but both persuasions, but taking the mark instantly. I think that was Hickleton. Has he been paid it? Yes, he has. And he's going to line up from directly in front, about 30 metres. And, here we go again.
That's 20 marks inside 50 for the game for East Ringwood. Unbelievable.
So Ben Hickleton, he's had 25 this year, yet to get one this afternoon. And this one to make it potentially 12 goals here for East Ringwood and extend the margin there to 71 points. So Hickleton, he's had a fair bit of the footy in passages so far in this game. Puts it on to the right. Is it going to come back? Yes, it is. Hickleton's got his first. East Ringwood have their 12th. And it's now 12-10-82. Mooroolbark 1-5-11. We played 3.5 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
How about this forward line, Brash? It's probably probably underspoken about during the season, and just how many like elite players that are down there.
Well, it is, and I was just having a quick look at the stats for East Ringwood. They've got at least 12 players that have kicked 10 goals or more, Ryan, for the season. So they've had a great spread of goal kickers, and it just, once again, it continues on today.
Well, we've seen in the second half of the season just how well they can put the score on the board as Mundy sends it forward for East Ringwood. There's been a free kick given, and it's going East Ringwood's way. I believe that's Tom Norton.
When things don't go your way, they just do not go your way.
Well, they're not looking to slow down at all. They want to keep putting it on the scoreboard. So coming into today, Tom Norton, a replacement for Mitch Farmer. Enjoyed it. So still a long way out. Decides to short kick it, and player wide open. Mark taken, and Hickleton will line up for goal number 2 in a matter of a few minutes.
That was just way too easy, wasn't it? It's just like shelling peas.
Norton probably should have just gone back and added the shot for himself.
Yeah.
71 points up, but they're still playing team football.
Well, that's it.
There you go. So the breeze has come up a bit. So did everything right, though. Team way. Hickleton will come in looking to extend this margin to 77 points. The kick is too far wide. That might be even just sneak in for a behind. So East Ringwood 12-11-83. Mooroolbark 1-5-11. 5 minutes gone in this fourth term. Can Mooroolbark just hit the scoreboard a bit? Like to see in the last term, they again struggle to make the right decision, get outside their back 50. Taking the mark there is Keeling, who I thought has probably worked hard today. Short kick backwards, and they just have no real flow at the moment.
The East Ringwood faithful just
25 metres.
Just waiting for their moment to run on the field. You can see the big mob has assembled.
Well, it's a fantastic achievement for the club. We've talked about their women's side into a grand final this year. Their men's side have been fantastic all season, and they're going to come home with a premiership as Cherney will send it back inside 50, looking for Ali, standing under George. Oh, that was actually Shane Kennedy. Great mark under the flight of the ball. Had to beat Ali to get there as they go down the wing. This might be their best chance here. Heath Hocking come to the club this season.
Been unsighted really today, Heath Hocking.
Yeah, unfortunately hasn't been able to work his way into the game. Short kick just hits nothing. So it falls into play. Sutherland, the turnover. Now through Below, they go inbound and they've got numbers out. Here's Keedle, can run forward. He's going to send this ball inside 50. Can they take a mark? Standing under it there is Gilby for Mooroolbark. Falls out though to Lowson, puts it on the boot. Going, bending back, Farmer on the goal square.
No, he's paying back. This is payback.
And that's Farmer going, I want the medal, I want 6.
And you can see the wry smile on his face there too.
How about the bend though? He passed it off, so running into a goal there, Keedle.
Oh, he passed it off?
Yep.
How generous of him.
So East Ringwood 12-11-83, Mooroolbark 1-5-11, 7 minutes gone in this final term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, that's taken the mickey out of the side, isn't it?
Well, he's trying to get the best clubman award as well.
This could be 100-point margin here.
You're absolutely right with the way it's going.
If they kick straight from, because you look at most of their marks inside 50 they've missed. If they kick straight, we'd be looking at 100 points.
You're right, Paul. Exactly right, mate.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, here comes the restart. Monkhorst charging through there is Mullet. With socket off the ground here to Keedle, the goal scorer from moments ago. His kick in towards the forward line, going back with the flight there brilliantly with Sutherland. And he swings around, puts it onto the right boot and finds a teammate. That was an absolute mongrel of a disposal there, but it comes up into Caden Mackey. He's been one of the better players from Mooroolbark this afternoon, been in amongst it. Jaden Weikart has the footing now, about 60 from home for the Stangs. Puts it onto the right boot. Might have been touched off the boot.
Oh,
Monty
no.
should have probably dropped that, should have taken what he dropped. As players converge in, trying to get a hand pass out now, trying to find Weikart. Intercepted. East Ringwood just have numbers absolutely everywhere, even though they are 12 goals up.
You know, and the funny thing is, they've not been punished for any of their mistakes today, East Ringwood.
Absolutely not. Particularly, it was at the third quarter where they had 4 or 5 chances there that they didn't take. Here's Monkhorst. And Mundy did pretty well to get the footy out of that crowd. Puts a high up and under kick in towards half forward. Ali's got the sit, tried to swat it forward. Didn't fall fortuitously for him, but did so for a teammate there in Connor Waitman. His high probing kick now. Keeling has got to be first back to the footy with Lawson right on him. Takes him down. Well, that's going to be a sling tackle. Surely, no, not paid to the umpire. Lawson with the stiff arm. Held on to it. Gets a hand pass out now here to Ali. Looking for a loose football. Hand pass to a teammate there. Putting it onto the left is Coughlin. Has he kicked it? Yes, he has. And that was just way too easy there for East Ringwood. And it is now 13 goals. Sorry, that should be 14, I should believe. Yes, 14-11, 95, playing 1-5-11, 9 minutes played.
100-point loss, Paul, is not going to be out of the question here, mate.
Definitely not. And I also mentioned earlier the chances they had, it could already be 100 points. I mean, they did take those. We could be looking at 120, 130-point margin.
But looking back in the history books, the last premiership in 2002 over East Burwood. So 20 years in the making, this one. They came home 10 goals in that last quarter to seal that.
This is real nasty.
This one's been quite the opposite, just a blowout as Monkhurst kicks it towards pretty much nowhere into the hands of now Walsh for East Ringwood. Gets past one, tackled, but got his kick away. And it works out all right. Weatherhill passes it off into space. Seems to just be able to work out for them no matter what they do. As Mooroolbark through Smith, send it forward, mark taken. I believe that's Jordan. Jai Jordan hasn't quite got himself into the game today. Kick forward, ball out the back, and just those one-on-ones every time East Ringwood have won them, especially in their defensive 50. Have just been too strong there, Brush.
The hardest thing is, right, that when you've just not been allowed to be part of the contest. That's what's happened to all the key players of Mooroolbark today. They've not been allowed to have any influence on the contest whatsoever.
So that was Mundy there, who just took it out of the ruck and kicked it out of bounds. So
it's only going to be one of the rare times they're going to be punished.
This might be maybe a late chance from Mooroolbark for a consolation goal.
Well, here's the scenario. So to avoid the lowest score in EFNL Grand Final history, they need so it's 2 goals for. So they need at least 6 points. They need a goal here to avoid it, and they need 3 more goals to avoid the lowest Grand Final score in Division 1.
So here's the kick in towards the forward line. Had the back spot there. They did Hocking. Couldn't come over the top. Doing the roving there was Smith. His kick in towards the goal square is marked at the last line. And not even a minor score there for Mooroolbark. Or maybe, no, it hasn't been paid. So they move the footy out now. There's Mundy. Puts it onto the left boot. Now up towards the half-back flank for East Ringwood. Monkhorst had the front spot. Couldn't take it in front of Below. East Ringwood come away with a footy. Hand pass now finds Hickleton. His left foot kick goes in towards a 1v1 contest. Taking that there is Mr. Farmer again. Puts it onto the left boot. Looking for a target there. It's going to fall short. Can Sutherland wrap up a loose footy? Yes, he can. Did pretty well to get a hand pass away. But East Ringwood again swarm. Norton, who, as we talked about, was the late inclusion for Mitch Farmer, ends up under that, and that's going to be a ball up.
Even that is another example of Mooroolbark not even able to capitalise on an East Ringwood mistake.
Monkhorst does the rucking over Farmer as the ball moved out, and by hand now here to Mullet. Check side kick hugging the boundary line was a pretty good one. Just stays in. Well taken there by Bailey DeMonte. Takes a kick and looks up the opposite direction. It's chopped off by Marcus Kane. And the umpire said, yes, it was a mark just inside the boundary line. Plays on short. Finds a teammate there in Cherney, who would probably be my pick for at least top 3 on the ground.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Was not going to beat out Trent Farmer. I don't think anyone is, as this one goes in short. And the Roos just content to run the clock down, even though there's plenty of time before time on. Here's the kick in towards the forward line. It falls short. Trying to burst through a pack of players now here at Mooroolbark, and taking a bounce there is Weikart. He takes 2 bounces, puts it onto the right boot. Kick was awful, but it goes out just into the half-forward flank. And go crashing almost over the boundary line there was Dylan Below, and he attracts a sea of players. And the ball is jarred out and finally over the boundary line, and we'll have a boundary throw-in.
Rash, one thing that will really impress Ben Osborne is that you could look through their entire list, that there are players like, as we talked about, Cherney and Below and a few others like even a Mundy or an Ali. They've all played well. They've all played their role, and that's been a key theme for them this season.
Yeah, you'd be struggling to find the weakest link today for East Ringwood.
There hasn't been one, has there?
No.
They've just all done their role. roll as the ball brought back into play on the far side. Monkhurst out of the ruck, grabbed it, handballed it off. Noonan tried to pick it up cleanly, swooping through there. They kicked it forward, but again, an inset mark into the hands of Callum Norris.
Boundary.
As we go boundary side.
Just on your point, Ryan, I think also the pleasing thing for East Ringwood is the depth that they've got in their juniors. The 19s won the grand final earlier today by 6 points as well.
Absolutely right. Much closer game that one was. This ball goes into the middle. They just have numbers open all over the place. Coughlin handballs it over the top. Here's Belay, takes a bounce. Can go for goal from here. Lines it up. Too far to the left. Just a minor score. 14-12, 96. Mooroolbark 1-5-11. 14 minutes gone in this fourth term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
That intercept marked at the other end of the ground just then for East Ringwood. That was their 20th intercept mark today.
So moving the ball in short now, finds Caden Mackey. Nothing really on offer. Plays on and just going to pump it up towards the centre of the ground. One-on-one contest. Couldn't drag it in there. Could Heath Hocking. Picked up by Monkhurst. Puts it onto the right boot, trying to catch the East Ringwood defence by surprise. They've got a free kick, though, as Dylan Belo's given one away. And this is going to be Weikart now here to take it off. Got to be quick. He pumps it in light towards the goal square. Has he put it through? No, he has not. And just another minor score for Mooroolbark. 7 scoring shots, 6 of them behinds. 1-6-12. East Ringwood 14-12, 96, 15 minutes played in the fourth quarter.
Their defence has just not given up at all today, even with the game well and truly over. But Mooroolbark, through Weikart, may be able to send it back inside 50. Takes on his opponent, sends it long. But it'll just bounce through for a behind. Kept in by Weatherhill. And decides to go long outside. Big fly and just mistimed it, Gilby did. And the mark taken.
Oh, he still got away from it.
He's still able to get away there. Donnelly was. He kicks it down the line. Free kick not given. They may be able to mop this up, Mooroolbark through Sutherland, but the umpire is going to pay a free kick. And that is going Sutherland's way. So Mooroolbark to claim possession of the ball. Coming up to 16 minutes gone in this final term. Massive 84-point lead by East Ringwood. No one had this on the cards coming into this game.
Actually, someone asked me last week, should we invoke the mercy rule in the grand final if a side's 60 points up?
I don't think East Ringwood want to come off now. No. This is the part where you really enjoy it.
Yeah. They've still got other players to get on the score sheet. What do you, right. That's what it becomes a case of. Yeah.
Monkhurst taps it forward. Picking up, and Noonan tried to get his hands off, and he runs down the tackle. Umpire just says play on. Caught another tackle. We'll get to those tackle stats soon, Paul, because their pressure has been phenomenal again. And this time, holding the ball.
That was 4 tackles in one go. That was incredible pressure by East Ringwood. They're still going, just even with the game sewn up and in the bag.
So here we go, out to the far side. Trent Farmer has found space all afternoon. Kicks it down the line. Mark taken again.
Well, it's been Farmer's paddock, hasn't it?
So here we go. Here's Velo, can send it back inside 50 for East Ringwood. Another late one. The kick, I think, was smothered off the boot. Falls into hands of Smith, who kicks it wide, hits a target. And
he's tried hard, Smith.
He has. Finds Mullen in the midfield. Will play on. Handballed off the top to Noonan. Noonan will kick it down the line. Target there in Jordan. Jai Jordan. Too far out the score. Just put it up into the air. Weatherhill will be underneath it and take the mark for East Ringwood, as he's done all afternoon.
So short kick finds Delaney. He moves it shorter and finds Cherney. And, well, it took off. Lucky not to be told to play on. Anyway, doesn't matter. Kicks it now straight up to here to Sam Walsh on the near side of the ground. And he's content to just hold up and wipe seconds off the clock. And they're playing the possession game now here. The Roos at the back. Well, Mooroolbark aren't going to attack. Why not? As Cherney now finds a teammate short and finds Delaney. And not much on offer up the ground. So I think he'll just pump this one. No, he's decided to go in short towards the edge of the centre square. And East Ringwood just racking up the short passes, as this one now up to Powell on the near side. He kicks in towards the target there of Ali. Went over his head, grabbed there by Lawson, turns around, chips this one in towards the top of the goal square. Couldn't drag it down. Good Mundy, snap around the body. It's picked up there just on the last line of defence by Sean McManus and chipped over the top, and a mark taken in the near side now here by Harry Keeling, who for mine has been one of the better players for Mooroolbark this afternoon.
Yeah, he's fought hard.
Yep.
He moves now and puts it onto the right boot. A high kick in towards the edge of the centre square. Looking for it under it was Waitman. Is he going to be paid the mark? No, sorry, that was Weatherall. Yep, so he is. So, Weatherall.
No point complaining now, Heath.
No. So, he kicks this one in towards the attacking side of the ground. It's a one-on-one. Aussie Smith's in there, can't get the ball out, neither can his teammate in McManus, and we'll have a ball up just inside the attacking. As we approach time on, 19 minutes played, East Ringwood 14-12-96, Mooroolbark 1-6-12, and closing stages of this Division 1 Grand Final. Ball up, socket off the ground, looking for it right off for a fresh air shot. There was Powell. Walsh was in there. Smith got a hand pass out, done pretty well, but his teammate is wrapped up. We got a free kick, I believe. Well, the umpire says, give it back to me. We'll have no, it's going to be paid. Okay, Sam Walsh did well to win that. And he goes in short, finds Cherney. Cherney, will he have a pop? No, he's going to centre it unselfishly. Comes across the face. Lawson spoiled his own teammate and runs into a strong tackle. Held onto it for quite some time. And the umpire says it's going to be a free kick going the way of Mooroolbark.
So they'll try and exit their back 50, get down the line. And a good mark there taken. Not quite, actually. Weatherhill did well.
It's like Keeling's injured.
Keeling looks to be holding his shoulder, so that's no good for him, who's certainly fought hard for Mooroolbark.
The hardest part for Mooroolbark is it's going to be such a real bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah.
Considering that the season they had a great season, really. And, this is not a true reflection on how well they've played this year.
They have not faced this sort of beating in a long time. Probably since that Croydon game last year that we were at. But even then, they were able to get a bit more on the scoreboard today. They've only managed the one major and trail by 84 points.
At the moment, they still need at least 5 more points to avoid that record of 2-4-16.
There you go. Paul's been very busy in the history books today. As we get a ball up on the far wing. Well, let's talk about East Ringwood. This has been a fantastic year for the club.
They've been very good today.
They've been waiting for this 20 years. It's a proud club. And they're back in Premier Division.
Oh.
There's a bit of show here with Monkhurst and Munchie.
Not really what you'd expect with 13 goals to margin.
No, Monkhurst probably doesn't have too much to add there as he kicks it forward. And they still go on behind play as the ball brought to another ball up.
So, as we're well into time on now, here in this fourth and final term out at Tormore, East Ringwood celebrations will probably go long into the night and tomorrow. There's still footy going on here at the moment. Here's a high kick in towards the forward line. DeMonte taken there by Hocking. Gets a hand pass out now here to a teammate here in Ansaldi. His kick in towards goal! And he's kicked it. And Mooroolbark have their second of the afternoon in the fourth term in time on. And 2-6-18, that moves them to 14-12-96. They avoid the record. And Saldi adds a little postscript now here to Mooroolbark. Paul Uconi.
They've avoided the lowest score in EFNL history, but they still need 2 more goals to avoid the lowest Division 1 Grand Final score. But no, great goal for Mooroolbark, and hopefully on what's been a dark sort of day, on a dark day, no doubt about that, goal brings some sort of joy for them.
Certainly Ryder Smith, who's fought hard as well, kicks it to the far side in front of Dobie, who can run onto it, whether he'll behind him. Get there first, socket it off the ground to himself, picked it up cleanly and kicked it down the line, looking for his teammate there in Norton, but it was cut off instead. Mooroolbark go inbound. Austin Smith had a fantastic season this year for the Mustangs. Kicked it down the line. Might work out. Here's Ansaldi, but beaten by Delaney. Caught in the tackle, though. And the umpire will give him holding the ball. So a free kick here to Bailey DeMont. Might be too far out the score. He's going to be outside the 45-metre line. Pump it. Might just load up and send it as far as he can. It's a good-looking kick. It might just almost reach the goal line, but punched over at just a minor score. So they'll go to 2-7. 19 to East Ringwood, 14-12-96. 23 minutes gone in this fourth term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Not long left, Steve.
Absolutely not. There's Cherney's long kick up towards the half-back line. Is pissed it out. Great mark taken almost. We've got a player down there for Mooroolbark. Not sure who it is as play continues. Getting the hand pass away is Hickleton. Trying to sweep up there is Powell. Free kick going the way of the Roos. Is that Mullet down there? Or is it Rijkaard? I can't see. Looks like he's back up on his feet. No, it was Aaron Mullet.
Where's Weatherall again?
As his short chip pass finds a teammate, and they play on here to East Ringwood. Here's a chip over the top, and away they come. East Ringwood got to be quick, taking a bounce there. Oh, yes. I think Connor Waitman was just the timing there of that tackle proved the difference. Here's the kick off the free kick now in towards the half-forward line. 2v1. Benny Dumont's going to lose out. Quick handball now here by Donnelly. Finds a teammate. Quick, has to be quick as Below, and he is. Gets it now here to Delaney. Has time to correct that mistake in terms of the bounce. Back to Below. He takes a bounce of his own and puts it onto the right in towards the forward line. It's all East Ringwood. And Norton, the late inclusion for Mitch Farmer, is going to get a chance to get on the score sheet this afternoon. 25-30 out.
And that's the thing when you have premiership reunions. Unfortunate for Mitch Farmer, but lucky for Mitch Norton, he's going to be able to go to a premiership reunion knowing he's a premiership player.
So Norton, as we talked about, late inclusion this afternoon. Moves in, puts it onto the right. Has he got the journey? No, it's going to fall just short, and Mooroolbark are going to take the mark here at the back through Giorgio. And we've got a free kick. Oh, who's it going to? Is it going to Lawson, is it?
I think he was being held out of the contest.
So Sam Lawson is going to line up for potentially his 5th. He's in a shootout here with teammate Trent Farmer. And we've got a 25. Yes, we have. Well, you know. It's all going down the drain now here for Mooroolbark, just like Lee Green earlier today. As that one goes straight through the middle, and Lawson has his 5th, and it's celebration time. Well, it was probably at halftime, three-quarter time for the East Ringwood Football Club. That's their 15th of the afternoon. They move to 15-12, 102. Mooroolbark 2-7-19, and we can't have much long left here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And they haven't lost, boys, since round 5 earlier this season against Mooroolbark. Since then, they've gone undefeated and haven't really looked like being beat.
No.
So an absolute credible run for the Roos. They already won their 19s premiership earlier this morning. It'll be a big party down at East Ringwood this
the reserves will be feeling a bit left out, won't they?
I'm sure they'll be pretty excited for the boys. Yeah. Not long left here in this Division 1 Grand Final. Monkhurst got it out of the ruck, tapped it down, brought it into a tackle. He recovered, though, get the handball out to Noonan, who shrugs off an opponent. And there's the siren all over at Torwell Reserve. East Ringwood are the Division 1 premiers, 15-12, 102. To Mooroolbark 2-7-19. It's been 20 years in the making, but East Ringwood have done it. They're back into Premier Division.
Yeah, a comprehensive victory here for East Ringwood this afternoon. A fantastic team effort. Winners across every single line. Let's go boundary side.
Yeah, I've got Ben Osborne, coach of East Ringwood. Fantastic win here, mate. Very simple question to start off with. What does this mean for the footy club?
The club's been through some tough times over the last decade, and through the COVID times it was hard for every club, but it's been 3 years of hard work, and finally we've got to the end of the season, and we've ended on top. So thanks, Brett. Cheers, mate. So I'm just so proud of the boys. They've put in so much hard work, and I'm just so proud.
And speaking of the hard work, there was a passage of play here in the final quarter. You guys were 80 points up, and there were just a string of 4 tackles. Like I just the absolute work rate to the very end. I imagine that speaks so much to the mentality of the boys that you've instilled in them.
Yeah, the desperation from our boys. We've got great leaders that have instilled that, and James Beeler and Chris Journey. We were a defend first side and attack off the back of that. And 2 goals in the grand final against us. That just speaks volumes for our players.
Get to the boys, mate. Enjoy the win. Thanks a lot.
So very happy Ben Osborne there for East Ringwood, as you heard. Huge result for the footy club this afternoon.
Absolutely. And look, they didn't have that many multiple goal scorers, considering both Farmer and Lawson finished with, I think, 5 each, if I'm correct there. So those two were just too hard to stop, Rush. And look, it's hard. I felt bad for the Mooroolbark defence because the ball just kept coming back in there. And when they did try and get it out, they weren't able to transition quite well as they usually would. So they were really under the pump all day. And once you get far behind, and you saw probably 5 minutes in that third quarter, you knew the floodgates were coming.
It was, and it's so hard when it's like a tsunami and it just keeps coming at you, and you just don't know how to respond. That's the hardest thing. How do you stop something that you can't even control in the first place? And that was a problem with Mooroolbark. East Ringwood did the perfect job. They made sure that all of the Mooroolbark prime movers just were not allowed to have any impact on the game, and their players that they wanted to have an impact on the game was exactly how it turned out.
Yeah, right. We'll have a quick recap of the goal kickers for this afternoon's game, and plenty on the blue side of the ground. Farmer obviously with 5, Sammy Lowson with 5 apiece, and then single goal kickers to Hickleton, Kane, Donnell, Coughlin and Keedle, and Mooroolbark just singles to DeMonte and Saldi. So, I mean, talking about the Mooroolbark side of the equation, going into this in the off-season, what do you think the message of the club is?
Well, look, I think first and foremost, I think they've got to get this, they have to get this out of their mind.
Yeah.
Right? First and foremost, that's what they've got to do. Yeah, accept the fact that they were beaten well,
yep.
but they can't afford to dwell on it.
No.
I certainly still think they're looking at it now, they'll still be the best side coming into Division 1 next season, and they should be. I know this is just, as you've mentioned, no reflection of the way they've gone this year. They're a really good club, and I think they're still set up for a run at getting into Premier Division. And
they've got some young players that have promise, who are probably lacking a little bit of experience, but I still think that they need to recruit a key forward up as well, because Jordan was basically
quiet,
and they had no other avenues to go.
Well, yeah, that's probably the thing. If Jordan goes quiet in a big final next season, who they've got to sort of back him up. But they look. You look at sides like Montrose and Montana South and Mitcham, who are a bit younger and will continue to build. So they're going to continue to chase Mooroolbark. So next year's a big one for them. I think they will come in as favourites. But, I mean, the side who's won today has been absolutely fantastic. If we go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
I've got Sammy Lowson here, Jubilant Victor here. A lot of goals in the game, mate. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, it's great. It was a great team effort. We all fucking put in the all burn off, I swear. So 1%ers, and all year the boys have been playing well, and I was lucky enough to be able to come back and help the boys win. So it's been great. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and the mentality of the boys, I was just talking to Ben Osborne before, he's instilled an absolute ruthless mentality in you guys. Is that what you plan to take into the Premier Division now?
Yeah, definitely. He definitely told us to be relentless, so even when we're in front. So, it was just great. Once we were in front, we didn't let off and didn't let him come back. And, from half-time, I think we knew we were pretty good there. So,
What are the celebrations going to be like tonight?
They're large. Monday, so I think they're less sleep than I think.
Ladies and gentlemen,
nice.
Go enjoy the win, mate.
So we're not, that's very animated. Sammy Lowson, why wouldn't you be with 5 goals to your name and a pretty comfortable premiership victory to you? I'm just trying to chase a final score there between South Croydon and Noble Park, which I assume hasn't really changed since half-time.
Assuming Noble Park have still got in front, so we would think that'd be the...
What was it, 73-29 at the last week?
So that shouldn't be too far away, but... look, we still have the 2 grand finals, obviously, Premier Division. Droville versus the winner of that one. And tomorrow we have Ringwood and South Belgrave, which for mine is probably out of the 5 that we have scheduled. I think it's going to be the closest. Yes, Paul?
Noble Park lead over South Croydon by 57 points, 17-16, 118 to South Croydon, 7-9-51. So Noble Park will be in the Premier Division Grand Final.
Sounds like the doggies have run out of legs today.
Yeah. Well, they were probably the best team in that division in the last half of the season for mine.
They certainly came home strong, didn't they?
The 2 grand finals coming up are going to be absolute ball tearers.
Well, the thing is, once again, we've got the true to form sides. Boundary side.
Yeah, boys, I've got Stevie Donnell. What a win for the club, mate, and how's this feel for you?
Fantastic, yeah. It's huge for the club. I haven't played finals for a long time, and let alone win a premiership. 20 years since a premiership, so been absolutely amazing. There's going to be a lot of happy people back at the club tonight.
And what's the plans for tonight? Obviously, the under-19s got the grand final win. You guys got the grand final win, so big news for the club and big news for East Ringwood.
Yeah, it should be a full house back at the club, and with the under-19s, we'll do just a perfect day for us, really. So fantastic. Yep.
Thanks, Stevie. I'll let you get back into it. Thanks, boys.
Oh, big night there.
Yeah. Well, will we see Stevie Donnell back next year, or will he call it a day?
Well,
yeah.
I think I think he stopped playing first division probably mainly because he wanted to
Give the youngins a go.
Yeah. And the thing is, I'm just wondering.
He can still hang in Premier with those last few seasons. Yeah.
I'm actually wondering whether he just wants to. Maybe work commitment sometimes can hold you back a little bit to make that real commitment.
And the club will certainly leave that decision to him because he's a phenomenal player. He's been around a long time and just one of those players who can spark up and be a bit of an X factor.
You know, the funny thing is, there really, as I said earlier, there wasn't really a weak link in East Ringwood's lineup. Yet I can still find 3 key players out of that 22, right, that are going to feature in my votes.
Yeah. For me, look, it's a choice for mine between Farmer Lawson and Chris Cherney in terms of best on ground. Yeah,
I'm thinking Farmer.
Farmer and Farmer.
No, not Farmer and the bloke in the ruck.
Oh, Mundy. Yeah, he'd have to be a consideration.
And Cherney.
Yeah. Oh, we're not too far away from the premiership presentations. You can hear Dyson Baker, Operations Manager of the Eastland Football Netball League, corralling the sheep, cattle, whatever you want to call it. But great to see, great to see the support out here this afternoon. Absolutely packed.
The culture there is great. You got I think some of the women's side there who were in the grand final this year.
So let's go down to Dyson Baker for the presentation of the premiership trophy.
Like to welcome up Kevin Smith of the EFNL board to present the Gordon Parker Medal and Blue Ribbon Medal for the best on ground. And the winner from East Ringwood, number 20, Trent Farmer. Number 2, Connor Waitman. Number 3, Troy Wright.
Experienced footballer, right?
Number 6, Darcy Powell. Number 8, Isaac Delaney. Number 11, Ben Hickleton. Number 12, Jackson Wetherall. Number 14, Damon Delaney. Number 15, Tom Norton. Number 19, Hannon Mundy. The Gordon Parker medalist, number 20, Trent Farmer. Number 22, Samuel Walsh. Number 24, Sam Lawson. Number 26, Callum Norris. Number 27, Marcus Kane. Number 28, Stephen Donnell. Number 29, Stuart Donnelly. Number 30, Sahaf Ali. Number 35, Jason Coughlin. Number 37, Dylan Belo. Number 57, Mitch Keedle. Senior assistants Mark Waitman and Todd Beams. Runner Tom Hancock. Team managers Rob Rose and Kevin Potter. The President, Matt Crowell. Number 7, Mitch Farmer. The co-captains, number 5, Chris Cherney. And number 9, James Belo. And the coach, Ben Osborne.
First of all, thanks to the EFNL putting on a great final series here and the Baroni Football Club. To Brett, Noons and the boys, outstanding season by yourselves and the best two sides got here today, and we have just peaked at absolutely the right time, but credit to you guys, and thanks for the competition all through the year, and well done. To our boys, but not just our boys, the army that was with us, whether it be partners, parents, family, supporters, whatever, we peaked at the absolute right time of the year. We played outstanding football today, and I couldn't be prouder of the way you guys got on about it all year and the last couple of years through some tough times. So, well done, you guys are absolutely awesome. Well deserved. To these two guys standing up here, you scream at East Ringwood. You guys are the drivers of this club, and I couldn't be any more prouder, and I couldn't think of two people more deserving to have those around your neck, and this trophy is about to be delivered to you. So, well done, and thank you. Great stuff, boys.
Now I'd like to invite 2002 Premiership player and life member Paul Fenton to present the Premiership Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Eastland Division 1 Premiers, East Ringwood.
Cheer, cheer the blue and the white, honor thy name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, whose will go in and win overall, while their loyal sons are marching onwards to victory. Cheer, cheer the blue and the white, honor thy name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, whose will go in and win overall, while their loyal sons are marching onwards to victory.
Finding all the East Ringwood pay packet.
It's been pretty emotional for me personally, so that just means the world to finally get it done after so many years of senior footy, and just to finally get that done, it's unreal.
So in that case, what does the medal around your brother's neck mean? Because that was a really nice touch up there that he got one.
Yeah, it definitely was. It just means he just doesn't miss out. So it was a pretty bad thing that happened, and then for him to get a medal around his neck just means he doesn't miss out. It means he's part of everything that he's put hard and effort in. So it's good. I'm proud. I'm proud of the club. I'm proud of us, and excited.
And the rest of the team and the rest of the club, it must mean so much to you guys. It's been a tough journey for East Ringwood. I know you've only just come across from Ringwood, but coming into this club, it must be a whole new environment and something special to witness, like even just setting foot in the door.
Absolutely, yeah. Spending 15 years at Ringwood, then coming to a new club, you've got to find your feet, playing with new people, and just meeting new people as well. So. Once we got through that stage, we just let footy do the talking, and that's it. Yeah, we're just so happy and thrilled just with the win, and all this hard work just finally come through.
Trent, mate, congratulations. Enjoy the win.
Thanks, Jared. At Trent Farmer, their best on ground, and 5 goals this afternoon. We've got about 3.5 minutes left back on the broadcast. Go ahead.
Continue on. I just like that he did certainly sounded emotional and about his brother, who we have to say he's been as good as Trent is as a forward.
Yep.
Mitch Farmer is such an important player, and I watching that that semi-final against Mitcham, he's one of the reasons why they're there, because he's a key cog in that midfield, and that's great to see him get a medal because he deserves it.
100%. Well, as I said, we've got about 3 minutes remaining here on the broadcast, so we'll start with the thank yous. And I mean, we usually give handing out the awards, but it's the duty of Matt Fodia and crew this afternoon. Trent Farmer, deservedly the best on ground. Now we're looking forward to tomorrow, where we're coming live from Walker Park in Mitcham, where it is Division 2's turn to showcase the grand final. South Belgrave and Ringwood, and another 1v2, Brash.
Yeah, it is, and it's another one of those contests that I'm hoping doesn't go the same way as today.
Yep.
But we've got to be prepared for that, and I'm hoping that once again Walker Park can turn it on for another big victory. And look, kudos. I think we should all thank the Baronia Football Club, all the people that have worked throughout the final series. They put on a magnificent spread for everyone and looked after everyone. So a big pat on the back for them.
And Brash, the amount of volunteers that go into it, a lot of players who seasons are done, they come out here and really help out. And that's also as well as Mitcham and Eastwood and Bayswater, and I think I'm missing one ground, Ringwood as well. So everyone's really puts in the hard yards to as volunteers to get the final series to be as successful as it is. But it's, great.
So we'll wrap things up. Say some thank yous, Scotty and Jared on the boundary. Great work from you guys this afternoon.
Well done, guys.
Well done. Cheers, guys. Straight off the long haul flight with a few southern France wines there, Jared Beelan.
He's got a bit of a tan.
I'm glad you noticed.
Well, I don't think the red is from the tan, mate. I think it's just a few Sauvignon Blancs. But I don't know if my French is any good.
It's a bit of je ne sais quoi, is
there? John O'Van on the ground announcing and chipping in on program. Great job, mate.
Thanks very much for having me, guys. Looking forward to tomorrow. And Ryan, I tell you what, I'm looking forward to the first game tomorrow at Walker Park.
19's grand final, Mulgrave for the Basin.
As you say, he managed to sell the car at quarter time as well, so well done. Getting it on comes. It's only got 10. We'll split it 5 ways.
Just call me the cash cow.
Brash, great job from you on special, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Flying largely on solo today.
See you tomorrow.
Paul Uconi on the Stats Centre, good job from you.
Thank you. Well done, guys. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Ryan, stepping up, coming off the interchange bench at late notice. Great job, mate.
Yes, thank you, Steve. And again, best wishes to Besto at home, or if he's still listening this late hour, or late minute of the...
He's still busy fist pumping down there at Pat Wright Senior Oval with the looming grand final clash next weekend.
Any chance he'll be picking Roval next week?
Gee, how's that, Ray and Besso next week?
Well, we've got 7 days of it on the WhatsApp group.
Oh, geez, we'll be busy on there.
We won't be screen capping that and putting on the EFNL page there. But great job also to Dyson Baker and Matty Fodia running the grounds throughout this afternoon. And they will be back tomorrow to do it all again. Don't forget, as we said before, tomorrow, 1 p.m, tune in for Ringwood and South Belgrave Division 2 Grand Final, live from Walker Park here on the SEN app, Radio Eastern 98.1, YouTube and Facebook. And next week, same time, it's the Premier Division Final, Noble Park and Roval. Chandler Medal on Wednesday night. Keep your eyes peeled for that. I didn't get an invite because I ate too much last night. But anyway, to wrap things up here from Tormore Reserve, it was the East Ringwood Footy Club taking out the Division 1 Premiership 15-12-102, defeating Mooroolbark 2-7-19. They will play Premier Division football in season 2022-23. On behalf of everyone here at the EFNL, I'm Steve White. We'll catch you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Australian Eastern Time. Goodbye.
Shalaka's on the end of a hand pass, gets into goal square and runs through to goals. And Donny Easter on the board. First goal on the board. G. Batanas must have ran 20 with the ball. Goal with Appleby. A quick kick around the corner from the pocket, wasting no time. And another goal for the Lions through the middle. And I'll just get confirmation of that. Finds the target in Lynch. Lynch gets to the centre forward to the other Lynch. Jordan to Jake, quick play on, goal square, Mark with the run of play, and it's a mark to the Croydon Blues, and the goal square's
doing there. And I think you've seen the clear style of play that they want to do. They want to keep the ball out of Donny East's hands.
Croydon are on the Eastland scoreboard, 12 minutes into this grand final. Constantino.
It was an absolute corker as well. Shalaka's dropped what he should have taken. Handball over the top, and beautiful
Beautifully done there. Jimmy Locke was in position A just to take a gimme. Doncaster East on the long ball. And Constantino nearly juggles his way to a mark under pressure. How does it get to Beccarelli, who was standing at the top of the goal square? It fell for it his way. Beccarelli took the handbars and kicked the goal. 3 goals to 2. They tried to knock it forward from that